What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Poulsen! When you have a sense that maybe the same in their energy. However, Peter Wachiuri should be looking at treble 18. The story continues to go for Peter Wachiuri. He's had a 149 tonight, just double checking with the referee there. And usually, with one dart in hand at tops.
Game shot, the second leg, developed between these two. Charlie Manby looking to exercise that in terms of the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
For that fourth game of the night, Spivey really has turned up. Who told him to do that?
Treble 20 now for the bullseye. Oh, what a shot.
Relative comfort, there's 130 for Coates. Needs to go, and that's exactly what it does.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where we've already reached the halfway point here in Series 11. Week 6 is about to get underway. And as you can see, we're going to be watching it all in the company of the former Players' Champion, World Cup runner-up Paul the Asset Nicholson this week. And when you look at the players on show, it feels like one of those weeks where opportunity really knocks.
Yeah, I think so. There's going to be a lot of players coming into week 6 inspired by what they've seen in the previous 5 weeks, with people getting their second win like Andy Hamilton did on Saturday, but other people finally getting over the line like Jeff Smith in week 1. So lots of opportunities for lots of different types of players, lots of countries represented this week, so exciting times.
Well, let's go back to Saturday. Andy Hamilton picking up his second title here at the Live Lounge in Poulsen. So he did so in a dramatic final against Carson, coming back from 2-0 behind to win it. And Andy looks like the last 6 months or so has found a real second wind, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the right word is zest. We've never really questioned the work ethic or the passion for the game that Andy's always had, but I think he talks a great game. I think the way he plays the game is with a lot of spirit and fire, but something has changed over the last 6 months. I think he's maybe made peace with the fact that he's no longer going to be a PDC professional, but he could be an incredibly dangerous player at this level. And winning 2 back-to-back titles, getting into 2 Champions Weeks, who knows what he could do by the end of the season.
Well, Andy Hamilton joins the Champions Week cast, which is really brimming up to the boil, isn't it? You've got a former winner in Scott Taylor in there, Shane McGirt, the reigning WDF world champion. And of course, we know the CVs that the likes of Andy Hamilton and Jeff Smith have got. Already, we look at this lineup and we think probably Series 4 was the strongest in-depth Champions Week we ever had here. This is beginning to compete with that.
It's not just competing, it's actually surpassing it now, because if you think about the 2 people that haven't won before, with John O'Shea and Jeff Smith, John O'Shea is a former world master in 2019. Jeff Smith is a World Cup singles champion from 2017, and he's been a world finalist at Lakeside. So the people that have succeeded here before, the likes of Taylor and the others, we know that they're going to be really competitive come mid-August. But even the people who've never been there before are incredibly dangerous. So over to the people in week 6 to see who can join that group and say what they could potentially do in the middle part of the summer.
Which includes one of the most successful players in this building, Neil Duff, looking for 5th weekly title this week. And this is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Peter Wachiuri, well, he is back with us this week. Adam Gavlas is making his debut. Whilst in Group B, you've got the exciting young talent of Henry Coates. Whilst Group C will see the return of Kieran Tierney, the first ever man to win in this building, Series 1, Week 6. This is how the odds look then going into today's action. Now, this is for the duration of the week. Neil Duff doesn't just go off favourite, he goes off quite a hefty favourite.
I think that's fair. I know that Neil maybe isn't in the same kind of form that he was in this time last year, but if you look at what's happening in this building over the last few weeks, you can pretty much cherry pick 2 people off the list who, if they're going to be the same as the previous 5 weeks, one is Neil Duff, the other one is Tian. If they win this week, the first half of Champions Week will be littered with talent and experience. So if somebody was to maybe step up and say, this is my time, someone like Charlie Manby, for instance, then he would throw a little bit of extra something on the melting pot. But maybe we do need something a little bit different in Champions Week, and Charlie might just be the man.
Is he perhaps the one to look out for? Obviously, Neil's going to be the favourite. Is he the one that could possibly go under the radar a little bit, maybe represent a little bit of value?
I think he does represent a little bit of value at this stage, but as far as ceiling of performance, that's not really going to be in question with Charlie. We know what he can do. But can he do it over the course of a week when he's got Neil in his way, who always seems to find that little bit of something extra?
Right, we better stop the talking because Neil Duff and Peter Wachiuri are both on the stage and they're getting ready for the first match of the week. So the Duff man, a man who's looking for a 5th title, up against Peter Wachiuri, who has certainly made an impact here at the Live Lounge during his previous appearances.
Crowd will go wild. Double 16. What a finish! He's a magician. Championship point for Peter and Ollie. Can they do it?
And Peter Wachiuri!
So Peter Wachiuri, a man who has certainly made an impact here at the Super Series, kicks off his campaign against somebody who is, well, behind Steve West, the most successful player in terms of winning weeks here at the Modus Super Series. Neil Duff looking for title number 5 in a weekly sense. And if he wins this week, it will be title number 6 all told, having picked up the inaugural Double Trouble title. That would put him on a even kilter with Andreas Harrison, the only player to have completed the set in this particular building. Peter Wachiuri, the king from Kenya, based in Nairobi, the 38-year-old who made the final the last time he was here, losing out to Scott Campbell. That was also in a week 6. Up against, as you can see, 4-time weekly winner Neil Duff, 52 years of age, now relocated to Winterthur in Switzerland, throwing with a 23-gram Red Dragon dart. And you will see a little bit of a difference in terms of Neil Duff's equipment this week because the old faithfuls have come and gone, and he's throwing with a Robert Thornton set over the course of the next few days. George Baker from the Midlands is the man in the middle today, and he will be presiding over all the action, which is going to be watched in the company
First
of
leg
the
is
asset
Peter
Paul
to throw
Nicholson.
first. Game on.
So this is where it all starts again. And for this man who has made an impact here, the last couple of times he's
59.
been here, I think he comes here with a slightly different pressure.
140.
Both times he's been here before, he's succeeded. So by returning again at this part of the year, I think there will be people
45.
expecting him to make Saturday and succeed by making the final stages again. This week it's going to be tough, especially when you've got this man in your way.
Well, he's a man that's always had eyes on him
100.
ever since that qualifier for the World Championship, which went absolutely viral on the internet. He became a household name overnight, and when he came here the first time, there was so many eyes on him, particularly
58.
for somebody that, if you actually break down the experience level he's got, it isn't too big, but he's been able to deal with what's been thrown at him fairly well. And if we be honest, we were looking forward to
60.
watching Peter play the last time he was here. But probably Peter would be the first to admit that making the final was a bit of a fever pitch dream for him.
140.
And if we are being fair, the right person won that night because Campbell has been superb this season. Not just here at the Modus Super Series, but elsewhere in a
100.
Scotland shirt and on the Challenge Tour. We have seen Campbell in this series, but he is not in Champions Week this time.
123. Neil, you require 101.
Well, Duff with first opportunity to get a break in the opening leg. That's not disastrous. Tops, potentially.
61.
To persevere, he
Peter,
will
you
leave
require
himself on
76.
tops if Wachiuri cannot convert the 76.
He might, though.
60.
Not
Neil,
meant
you
to be on this
require
occasion.
40.
So Duff goes for tops.
And no score.
And if you do change equipment,
Peter, you require
that's
16.
the department that suffers first.
Double 8 for Wachiuri. Now across for double 4.
8. And Neil, you require 40.
So Duff giving a reprieve.
Five times high,
20.
and then
Peter, you
overcompensates.
require 8.
11 missed starts between this pair in the opening leg. Get a double.
No score.
Well, welcome to week 6,
Neil,
everybody.
you require 20.
I thought it was Friday the 13th on Friday. Not on Monday the 16th.
Game starting the first leg.
Well,
Neil Duff.
does break eventually. Now, when he woke up this morning, he was
Second leg,
probably
it's Neil
thinking,
to throw
you
first.
know what, this
Game
is
on.
not a bad time to be a Northern Irish dart player, considering what Daryl Gurney and Josh Rock did yesterday, and boy, did they play well. I mean,
140.
when I say they played well, that is an understatement. The spirit of that World Cup final was a monumental advertisement for this sport. Both Clayton and Price, Rock and
121.
Gurney, absolutely sublime. What a great final. Congratulations to everybody involved. But the Northern Irish picking up that victory.
100.
As much as Brendan Dolan and Neil Duff and Mickey Mansell and some others would love to be part of that, maybe the best team
86.
of that tournament did win.
Well, I saw Neil walking into the venue this morning, and he did have a real spring in his step. And the first thing he wanted to
100.
bring up was that success last night. And I know him and Josh have got a fairly close relationship going back to their days in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland darting community is a fairly
54.
tight one.
Neil, you require 161.
161 for Duff to double his lead. Not to be, but it's been quite clear straight away and very evident that Neil Duff is outscoring his opponent.
41.
And I think this equipment change is fascinating. In all the time that I've been watching Neil, he's been throwing
38.
the same sort
Neil,
of
you
stuff.
require 120.
So to go to this dart is peculiar. We
100.
might not see the best out of Neil for a couple of days. It's a very big difference between these barrels and the ones he was using before because they don't have a swerve in the middle of the
37. Neil, you
tungsten.
require 20.
That reference point. These,
Game starting the second
whereas
leg.
Robert
Neil
Thornton's
Duff.
used them very well, they're uniform from almost top to bottom. Means he doesn't have that
The leg is
scallop
Peter to throw
reference
first.
point.
Game on.
But it's not a surprise if we don't see peak Neil Duff on Monday because he's worked out a formula for this
83.
place where you try and find your better stuff as you get to Thursday, Friday. Of course he wants to win Group A. That competitor's always inside. But he's also happy
60.
if Monday don't go to plan, if he knows that there's signs of progress, just to work his way through the week. He's done it on more than one occasion. If it has to be Group C, it has to be Group C, as we have a look at the equipment of both players. The stack of Wachiuri
140.
as opposed to the stand-up shape of Neil Duff's darts.
Don't get me started on the synchronicity of these ones.
95.
You know how dart players like to have things that match? Well, everything to do with Wachiuri's darts is based on the Kenyan flag.
140.
I don't personally like that flight shape. Not many people do. But darts is about
100.
where the points
PTU
go.
require
It's not
138.
necessarily about the colours and everything matching. If it was, Neil would get an F.
43.
I'll let you tell him that.
He's got blue tungsten, red flights, black stems.
100. PTU
There won't be another dart player in
95.
the world who has that colour scheme. Interesting.
76.
Not interesting enough.
Neil, you require 146.
But going double-double there, that was a bit wild.
He's going to get a couple more upon his return to get his first leg on the boys. There's 9 darts that are
PTU
double
required
so far in this
19.
contest, Peter Wachiuri. Double 4.
Game
Yields the
starting
first
third
leg of the week.
Peter
Back to
Wachiuri.
2-1, but Duff, having got the break in the opener, still holds the cards in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Some people might think that Peter's a bit of a lone wolf when it comes to
140.
what he's doing for the African darts group here. Obviously, Devon Peterson has done great stuff for them over the years, but if there's one thing that should be on the minds of certain players like Peter,
100.
it's the impact that they could have, not just in the next 6 days, but the impact they can have
95.
on the next generation. Look at Argentina at the World Cup over the weekend. Those two fellas may have just laid the groundwork for Championship Darts Circuit
41.
to have a more mainstream South American branch. Darts is going global. South America, Africa,
58.
Australasia's going through a bit of a refit. And in order to do that, you need players that represent. I'm going to ask you a question, Henry.
66.
How many years is it going to take for Kenya to get a team at the World Cup? Realistically.
140.
I think it's dependent on a number of varied factors. But I definitely think within 5 years we could see a Kenyan team there. It wouldn't surprise me if before too long there would
54.
possibly be a
Neil, you
an
require
African
68.
qualifier, so maybe to join South Africa at the World Cup. Because I feel like the direction of travel, particularly with that tournament, you see the likes of Argentina, you see other nations get success through the qualifying system, that we'll see a little bit more of that.
Game
And we're
shot in
definitely
the
going to see a
fourth
fair
there,
bit of
Neil
that from
Duff.
Neil Duff this week, as he pins a double 12 to open up a 3-1 lead. I think you'll
Fifth
see
leg,
more
it's
World Cup
Peter to throw
qualifiers in the years
first.
to come. And
Game
it
on.
wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if, maybe not in this contract with the main broadcaster of darts, but maybe in the next one, that the format moves up to 48 teams potentially, because I think in the next 5 years, if the sport
140.
continues to grow at the rate it is, 48 may not be a bad way to cast the net in terms of nations that probably could compete at that level.
100.
I'm definitely with you on the qualifiers aspect. I think that has to happen. I think there are some nations who shall remain nameless who are maybe a little comfortable.
140.
If it follows the football model, high-profile casualties in qualifiers, it wouldn't exactly be a bad story.
180.
And that's a brilliant shot from Duff. Gets him right back into this leg. As Peter just starts to warm up a little bit here. Duff is the man
82.
who is closer to the finishing line here in this game than Peter.
$30.
But it looks like he may
Peter,
be
you
forced to do
require
it on his throw in the
139.
next leg, because that slip there means he hasn't left himself a finish. Wachiuri 6 on 139 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. There's a check to see whether that second dart's in the treble. Ask the referee George Baker as to whether it's in or not.
99.
Heads down for the 19s and even himself tops after 12. Good leg this from Peter.
Yeah, good to see. He's going to have to raise the standard throughout this group if he's going to
57.
stand a chance
Peter,
of
you
topping it
require
after
40.
Wednesday. This would be a good start.
Game shot in the
Great
fifth leg.
finish.
Peter Wachiuri.
And if there's one thing we learnt from sport in the early hours, it's that you can have a bad
Sixth leg,
start,
it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
but if you keep yourself in the frame, you can have a Hollywood ending. JJ Spawn, 65 feet for the US Open,
100.
and he started 4 over par in the first 5 holes. Nobody said sport was easy.
140.
If it was, everybody would do it.
$40.
Well, not for the first time. There's been a little bit of a slip of a visit for Neil Duff, and you can see the visible frustration there.
I love that. That was maybe the most Northern Irish thing ever said on the stage. Now, I'm not going to mimic his accent, but
28.
he said, "Get out of there."
Now that's the perfect first dart for Neil.
100.
And he's disappointed with a ton. He has every right to feel disappointed.
$100.
Well, Wachiuri's got better the game's gone along, no doubt about that, but it's the multitude of missed darts in the opening leg that has come back to cost him. His throw got broken.
105.
From that point onwards, Neil Duff has really taken command of this contest. Average just under 90, 3 from 10 on his doubles. Been a real professional display from the Duff man.
85.
I couldn't agree
Neil,
more.
you require 76.
Couple of maximums, doubles, missed a few. Well, doesn't have to miss many more.
Double 4. For
Game
leg 4.
shot
And
on
Neil
the
Duff
match.
is
Neil
off
Duff.
to a winning start. The 4-time weekly winner gets a win against Peter Wachiuri, who missed a number of doubles in the opening leg. And that really was the telling factor once we came to the culmination. Neil Duff, a 4-2 victor. Those are the numbers you can see on your screen there. 89 the average, 4 from 12 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Charlie Manby once again. He takes on Ronan McDonagh, back for a second appearance. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Peter Wachiuri by 4 legs to 2, average just under 94 from 12 in terms of his finishing. So the Duff man off to a winning start. Game number 2 sees the return of Ronan McDonagh and Charlie Manby. Manby, the 19-year-old from Huddersfield in Yorkshire, made it through to the finals the last time he was here, up against Ronan McDonagh, the 23-year-old from the Republic of Ireland. And he was the runner-up the last time he was here, and that was back in week 3 of the previous series. He certainly made his mark here at the Live Lounge the last time he was here. Some good performances, some flashy moments from him last time, including that
first. Game on.
no-look 180 in the final, which he would end up losing to Spivey Man, Sam Spivey.
81.
Game 2, week 6, series 11, and I'm tapping out.
96.
He's not even here and you're calling him Spivey Man. We're going to call this guy McDonagh Man.
78.
Yeah, it's good to see Charlie here. He's obviously made headlines this year for one of his performances
59.
on the development tour, but is it a shock to see another hugely talented youngster come from Yorkshire? Absolutely not.
130.
I think it's in the DNA. And just imagine it now.
95.
When Charlie was born, the first thing that someone said to him, "Can you play darts?"
He's from Yorkshire.
60.
Yep. And they don't drink champagne in Yorkshire.
140. Charlie, you require 152.
Tetley's Yorkshire bitter, isn't it?
Something along those lines. Something honest. Something that isn't French. Unless they've started
92.
making
Ronan, you
English
require
sparkling wine in
111.
Yorkshire, which the last time I checked they don't.
What we
79.
learned from Ronan the last time
Charlie,
he
you
was
require
here
60.
is he's an enigmatic player. He'll play with a bit of flair. We'll see some fun stuff from him this week.
40.
Charlie Manby's one of those
Ronan, you
players
require
that just
32.
gets up and gets on with the job. There's no frills, no spills. Efficiency, the like of which you compare to a German motor car.
16.
But McDonagh
Charlie, you
has 3
require
darts
20.
to win this opening leg, and Manby will come back with 3 more in hand at double 10.
Game
Takes
shot
it
at the
with his
first
first
leg.
dart
Charlie Manby.
to lead 1-0.
Second leg is Ronan to throw first. Game on.
In Group A this week, we actually have 3 players who are taking part on the development tour this year. McDonagh, Manby, and Gavlas, who
57.
will be making his MSS debut in the next game against a man I'm going to call ISP this week
140.
because it takes less time. That's Ivan Springborg Poulsen, of course, from
40.
Denmark. Now, Manby's averaging about 88.5 for his development tour season. It's just outside the top 10.
97.
In fact, he's just inside the top 10 of the rankings at the minute at number 7.
100.
If he were to make a big charge by the end of the season, there's no reason why he couldn't find himself on the Pro Tour next year by the age of 20.
43.
Yeah, Owen Bates currently occupies the last spot off the Dev Tour to the Pro Tour.
100.
And it's only Jurjen van der Velde who's above him in terms of players that could possibly get a tour card in that order of merit. The likes of Seb Białecki, Dominic Grulich, Cam Crabtree have all got tour cards.
100. Charlie, you require 81.
For 2-0. He misses the single.
Yeah.
Now, it's Monday morning. If you're going to miss a
41.
single,
Ronan, you require
miss it on
104.
Monday morning. Don't do it on Saturday night, though, if you get there. It's catching.
7 scored, 96.
Single 16 doesn't want to be found on Monday morning.
But going the 16's way, it means that a miss
80.
either side of the wire gives you
Charlie,
an
you
opportunity
require
for the second
40.
dart. McDonagh wasn't able to utilise that. Has left himself at a double, but Manby for the break. Looks at double 10. Gets
Game
the
shot
double
in the second
10.
leg. Charlie Manby.
Gets that break that he wanted. 2-0 to the good and in full control of the contest.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Is he really only 19? Genuinely, if he was out in the sun, no shirt on,
140.
looking about some scaffolding, I'd say, well, he's about 30.
100.
But then again, I remember the first time we met Dean Winstanley, we thought he was about 40 and he was 29.
81.
Yeah, many congratulations to Dean's other half, of course,
45.
Lorraine Winstanley, who's going to be going back to the Winter Gardens this summer. That's not far away, about a month now. Both match plays will take place at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool as usual.
119.
Going to see Lorraine here next week as part of Women's Week 4. Another one that
135. Charlie, you
mix
require
playing darts with a
161.
microphone in hand quite handily too. 6 darts here for Manby from 161 to open up a 3-1
64.
advantage. And I know Ronan had those 3 darts at a double, but it has to be said thus far, it's been quite comfortable for Charlie.
60. Charlie, you require 97.
Yeah, he can run with an 86 average all day long.
57.
He's had a bit of
Ronan,
trouble
you
on
require
tops in this game.
161.
He's missed 6 darts at double. And he could still be 3-0 up.
99. Charlie, you require 40.
He's been afforded those opportunities because his power scored a bit better than his opponents. Tops has not worked for him
Game shot in the
up
third
until
leg.
that
Charlie
point.
Manby.
Because of 2 legs by, he'd missed Tops inside, found the double 10 when he ran for cover, but that time he does find the double at the top of the board and he is
Fourth
3-0
leg,
to
it's
the
Ronan
good.
to throw first. Game on.
He's got a really interesting angle of entry, hasn't he? His darts are like Donald Trump,
77.
leaning slightly to the right. But look at what he can do with them.
140. $140.
There's a good pace about this game. This is your quintessential this generation game. Minimal thinking,
54.
good technique, and they just get on with it.
Although I'd hasten to say not every game will be played at this pace this week.
80.
Charlie, not the only young star involved this week. We're going to see Henry Coates on Thursday and Friday night as part of our Group B offering here on Pluto TV.
140.
Two teenage talents who would be a very exciting addition to Champions League if they were to reach the end game in week 6.
Charlie, you require 167.
Does that mean we're going to have 3 Henrys in the building this week? Are we going to have 3 perfect darts to finish?
142. Ronan, you require 104.
I couldn't get it last time. Needs the treble to keep this shot alive and the match.
92. Not to be, so Charlie Manby comes back looking at 25 to complete what has been quite a polished display. 88 gets the job done and gets it done over 14 darts, saving his best leg for last. That was a real controlled, calm performance from Champagne Charlie Manby, who gets his campaign off to the perfect start. A 4-0 win against Ronan McDonagh. And this the tail of the tape. Ronan had 3 darts and a double, but it was the scoring power of Charlie that was just too much. As you can see, 4 more 2-treble scores in that contest. Next up, Adam Gavlas makes his Super Series debut against Even Poulsen.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Charlie Manby got the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4-0 in the second match of the morning session. Game 3 is a meeting between Adam Gavlas and even Springborg Poulsen, who is back here at the Live Lounge for a second time. It's his debut at the Super Series, but we did see him at the ADC Global Championship back in December. Didn't make it out of his group into the Saturday night of that competition. He'll be hoping to go one better this time, as Adam Gavlas has a chat with the referee George Baker about some of the intricacies of this tournament. The 23-year-old from Navzi in the Czechia, throwing with a 22-gram bull's dart, and of course making his debut in this competition, having dropped off the Pro Tour last year. Now, even Springboard Poulsen at the age of 63 becomes one of the oldest players to play here, from Slangerup in Denmark, for over 25-gram target dart. And he'll be hoping that he finds all the right targets this week, because he also has a chat with George Baker about some of the ins and outs of this competition. Well, there's a bit of a size difference between this pair, isn't there, Adam and Evan? But is there going to be much difference when it comes to the throwing of the darts? We're about to find out. Paul Nicholson is
First leg is Adam
alongside
to
me.
throw first.
And
Game on.
Gavlas, a player that really burst through onto the scene, didn't he, as a young man. Lost his tour card at the end of last year. And I suppose for him, it's going to be a year of just trying to regroup a little bit.
I think he's already starting to do that,
46.
utilising the development tour. There was a lot made of Adam when he made his European Tour debut back in 2019 at the Austrian
81.
Darts Championship, a famous tournament won by Mensur Suljovic in Vienna. But he was only a kid when he made his debut at that event. And we thought, well, one, who's this? And his first victory came in his debut game against Ross
100.
Smith. And after that, we were keeping tabs on Adam. And it wouldn't be long before he'd make the JDC final. He wouldn't win it.
57.
But he has been a bit of a bridesmaid to this point in his career, making the World Youth Final and the World Junior Final. And I think he could be a player that maybe has his best darts firmly well ahead of him. He might be in a
59.
rebuilding process right now, which is not a bad thing.
Well, it was only 2 years ago that he made the semi-finals of the UK Open in Minehead.
43.
Tournament which he'd then go on to lose to Andrew Gilding 11-6. And of course, we all know what happened in the final of that particular competition. Beat Rob Cross 10-8 in the quarterfinals before wins against the likes of William O'Connor, Kevin Dutz. It was
59.
a very good campaign for him. And I suppose it was at that point that, I suppose if any player like Adam that we see burst through at a young age, get through to a semi-final like that, we sort of expect the kick on, which I suppose didn't quite happen for him.
Not yet. We've seen from other players who have marvellous UK Open campaigns like Keane Barry and Sebastian Białecki. They've all made the final day of that tournament.
58.
But have they really kicked on just yet? Not yet. All three of those examples have still got plenty of time to write their own darting story.
51.
Not everybody wins 10 titles in their first season.
He had a 170 checkout in that tournament. He joined a good list of players in doing that. Chris Dobie, Steve Beaton, Joe Cullen and Michael Van Gerwen hit a couple at that particular UK Open. But Springboard is going to get first
31.
opportunity yet to finish. 146 for the breaker throw in the opening leg.
54. Adam, you require 148.
Very methodical. Laser-like focus. I get the feeling sometimes with Adam that
42.
maybe he
Ivan,
plays
you
a little
require
bit
92.
too precisely. Just needs to have a bit more fluency. I presume that was for treble 16. This is where you find out what you want to
52.
leave.
Adam, you
Obviously,
require 106.
Springbok Poulsen is a tops guy. Options here.
56.
Not 100%
Ivan, you
certain that he
require
chose the right
40.
one there. That was a decent marker on the 60.
20. Adam, you
Well,
require
Poulsen's
50.
let free break opportunities pass him by, so Gavlas back for 50 to hang on to his phone the opening leg. Double 10.
40.
Doesn't go, and so Ivan
Ivan,
will
you
be back for
require
3 more,
20.
having already missed 3 to take this opening leg.
Double 10 is getting a lot of attention this morning.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
just like
Ivan
Charlie
Springbok
Manby.
Poulsen.
Springbok Poulsen gets up and running on double 10.
Second leg, it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't he look good for 63? I think we can all say hand on heart. If we look that good at 63, we'll be very
35.
pleased. Must be something about the Danish air. Or maybe he's a magician, because on the back of his shirt he's got abracadabra.
Now, there's a story behind this nickname.
I'm all ears.
118.
And it might not be for the reason you'd expect him to have the nickname Abracadabra.
Is he a big fan of the Steve Miller Band?
100.
You're not too far off, though. He's a huge fan of Lady Gaga's music. And Abracadabra being part of the repertoire of Lady Gaga. And so that is the reason behind the nickname.
59.
Of all the things you were going to say this morning, I didn't think that was going to be one of them.
Abracadabra is actually
60.
the newest song that Lady Gaga released. It was in February 2025. So this is definitely a new nickname that Evan's got. From her new album, Malibu.
That is new. That's a good job he doesn't like Bad Romance. That'd be a terrible darts nickname.
96.
Well, hopefully he shows a bit of a poker face this week as he makes his way through to the finals.
100.
He couldn't have that
36.
one because that one's Magnus Carris's nickname, and he used to walk out to Lady Gaga's poker face.
You never know, there might be a paparazzi following him if he takes out this big fish.
Oh, don't bring that song up. Honestly, Phil Taylor used to sing that all the time.
180.
Something that a lot of
Ivan
people
got
don't
170.
realise about Phil Taylor. When he was always around the practice room, he was always singing something. And he always used to sing paparazzi.
98. Adam, you require 48.
See, for me, that was... I'll tell you in the next leg. As Gavlas looks at 48. 16 for double 60 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
$16.
Not to be, and Poulsen having
Ivan,
got the
you
break in
require
the opening leg,
72.
comes back for 72 to double his advantage.
One dart at tops.
32. Adam, you require
Just
32.
hovering in that zone, but it didn't have anywhere near the accuracy that he craved for that shot.
So Gavlas 32 to square things up and to get the break back.
Game shot in the
Chip
second
off
leg.
the bowling in,
Adam
and level we are
Gavlas.
at 1 apiece. So Paparazzi, the song by Lady Gaga, was one of those songs
Third
that
leg, it's
when it
Adam
was
to
out
throw
and it was in the
first.
charts,
Game on.
it was everywhere, wasn't it? It was on every radio station. It was released, it must have been about 2010 because I was still in primary school at that point. Yes, I was in year 5 when you won your major. And that used to be on the radio every single
140.
morning, around about 8 o'clock on the school run. It used to be on the Heart FM. Yeah, my parents were Heart FM people.
42.
Somebody save me.
It's going to be a long week, Nico. A long week, pal.
Well, I'm not up on Czech music.
140.
I am, however, up on Czech darts, which, quite frankly, over the last 5 or 6 years has been on the up. Gavlas has had something to do with that.
61.
And obviously, the Czech team over the weekend had a personal best run at the World Cup with Sedlacek and Krivka, who didn't lose a tooth the other day. It was chewing gum, apparently.
140.
But Czech darts really has been on the up with Dalibor Smolik, with the aforementioned two as well,
100.
and others.
Adam, you require
They are
81.
representing Eastern Europe more than any other country. More than Hungary, more than Croatia, more than any other. So fair play to Czechia for what they're doing. Representing very, very well.
49.
Well, Gavlas with a much better leg, leaving himself 32 after 12. In fact, the scoring hasn't been too bad
100.
from Adam so
you
far
require
in this
32.
contest. But both players 1 from 6 in terms of their finishing so far in this contest. And Adam's got plenty of time to take out this 32. Does not want to coincide here.
28.
That's exactly what he does.
But if you are going to do that, do it when your opponent is not on a finish.
58. Adam, you require
You don't
4.
judge players by Monday morning darts. Just remember what happened a couple of weeks ago. Somebody won Group
Game
A
shot in the third
after
leg. Adam
losing their
Gavlas.
first 3 matches.
Fourth leg. Sorry. Fourth leg, it's
And
Ivan
that was
to
another
throw
young
first.
star,
Game
wasn't
up.
it? Jamai van den Herik.
Yeah, he's a proper talent. He is. I don't think we'll see much of him here in the respect of.
180.
It wouldn't surprise me before too long he goes on and gets a card, gets a tour card, and plays on the professional circuit before too long. When you mention Czech darts, it's an area of the world where they have been playing, they have been competing for a
59.
number of years, but it's only now has it really taken off. The first Czech Open took place in 1995 in the WDF system. A tournament which has been won
140.
4 times by Andy Bartons, 3 times by Scott Waits. Karol Sedlacek picked up the title in 2018, and the reigning champion is our good friend Jimmy Van Schie, who beat Andreas Harrison in the
97.
final. In fact, Andreas has lost the last 2 finals of the Czech Darts Open, whilst in the women's tournament, Kirsi Vinakainen,
81.
the reigning women's champion, she beat Jitka Cisarova 5-2 in the final.
Is that your best Czech accent?
45.
Somebody
Ivan, you require
somewhere
100.
in the world, there is a Czech version of Henry Deakin.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well, that
Ivan
11
Springboard
darter, we've
Poulsen.
seen those over the years, but that was a beautifully crafted leg from Poulsen.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I think when it comes to naming tournaments these days, it's fascinating that we've got the word darts in there. Do you think that's a bit
46.
almost insecure of us? Because if you think about the Czech Open, sounds good enough to me, but because of the way that
92.
we need traffic with social media these days, we always stick the word darts in there just to have recognizability.
However, you could then make an argument that the World Championships has always been referred to as the World Darts Championship.
But that's a signature event, isn't it? If you're going up against other sports like snooker, it's the World Snooker
140.
Championship, World Darts Championship, World Pool Championship. But to have it
100.
based on every tournament, for me, it's a bit much. Recently, here's an example for you, Henry. Nathan Aspinall won the European Darts Open. Why is it not just the European Open?
97.
Going back to that Czech event, just having a look at some of the winners. In fact, it's a rare event that Trina Gulliver played in but didn't win. She lost in the final in 2017 to our good pal, Corinne Hammond,
140.
by 5 legs to 0. 3 titles for Dieter Hedman, now OBE. Aline de Graaf won on a couple of occasions. Now here's a player whose name we haven't heard of in a while. Karin Krappen. Won it 3 times.
Yeah, good player, Karen.
180.
course, Karen means something very different these days, doesn't it?
137.
Somebody
Adam,
who
you require
complains
38.
vociferously. Well, Adam's not going to complain if he takes this leg. Could be 13. Could be 14.
Game shot.
14, he banks.
Adam Gavlas.
And Adam, what was that eye roll all about? That was a wonderful dart. What more could you
Sixth leg,
possibly
it's
ask
Ivan
for?
to throw first. Game on.
Honestly, these young players, they take some pleasing.
I think we've had this conversation
43.
before where our generation is like the McDonald's generation in the respect of you go to McDonald's and you order a cheeseburger with chips, you expect it straight away. Whereas perhaps in the past, if you went to a restaurant and you ordered
59.
burger and chips, you wouldn't mind waiting for that to happen.
The thing that gets me about said restaurant is that
44.
people go in there expecting a healthy option. Well, I think you might have gone to the wrong place. That's like someone saying, you know, I want the vegan option at KFC. Yeah, good luck with that. How did we get onto this subject again?
57.
Yeah, it's about when you have a 14 darter like Adam has just had with a wonderful last start of the leg. What more could you possibly wish for?
121.
You want to win the leg? Check. Secondly, win it with a good dart. It was an excellent dart.
Although I do see they have opened up a healthy eating establishment where you can get meals prepped and cooked and you can get it out the
57.
kitchen quite quickly. It's meant to be really nice.
Sounds like something you can do in your own kitchen.
13.
Got to have the ability to cook first.
Actually, they've got establishments now where you can walk in, pick up whatever you want and just leave, and then your card gets charged. It is astonishing what technology can do. But technology can't do that for you.
80.
So let's not get involved in an AI discussion, but AG is looking for 2 points.
60.
148.
Adam, you require 148.
And he's got time on his side to complete a 4-2 win. A game which, the truth be told, got better as it went along. It was a slow start for the pair.
Now, Springboard Poulsen in this game is averaging
92.
79, which is right on his seasonal numbers in the Nordic and Baltic stuff that he plays on a regular basis.
45. Adam, you require 56.
So to wrap it up, 56 points for Adam Gavlas to complete a 4-2 win to kickstart his week. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double top.
Game shot.
And 2 darts in
match,
hand was
Adam
all he
Gavlas.
needed to complete a 4-2 win. And Adam Gavlas is off the mark. He gets a win in his debut game here at the Modus Super Series. He gets the better of even Poulsen, who had that 11 darter in the middle of the contest with that ton checkout. But that really was as good as it got for him at the tail of the tape. Gavlas a 4-2 winner. Neil Duff and Charlie Manby comes next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed a round's worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. And before the break, Adam Gavlas got the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 2. We're going to kick off round number 2 with a meeting between 2 of the winners from round 1 as Neil Duff and Charlie Manby go toe-to-toe. And both put in really handy performances. In fact, nothing really separates the pair in terms of how they played in match 1. Neil Duff, average of 89.09, 4 from 12 on his doubles. Charlie Manby also 4 from 12 on his doubles and an average of 88.41 in getting the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 0. Both players put in really handy performances to kickstart their weeks.
Yeah, good starts from both. They'll want to keep that going, and based on the odds, the likelihoods, the form, and that 180 to start the game for Charlie, this could be the fixture of this group here in week 6.
140.
Well, the bookmakers had them as the 2 favourites, not just for the group, but for the week. Neil Duff 10-3 with the bookies. Charlie Manby 4-1 to claim glory in week 6.
84.
Manby really did fancy himself for the 9 there, didn't he? In terms of this group, Duff 7-4 favourite. Charlie Manby 15-8 second favourite to
60.
claim the honours come the end of Wednesday's action.
He has not missed a first start yet.
95.
And he's definitely got Neil Duff's attention from the off.
47. Charlie, you require 142.
Neil's a wise character. He'll know exactly the opponents that he knows he's going to have a good head-to-head record against to go and win in this group. And I get the feeling he would have eyed Charlie out as the player that he probably needs to do his damage against if he's going to give himself the best possible chance come Wednesday.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
100. Charlie,
having
you require
a
52.
positive head-to-head record against someone like Charlie could come in handy. This has got to be over the top.
Game
and
shot
that
the
is
first day.
perfectly
Charlie
done.
Manby.
Very similar to the dart that we saw yesterday from Daryl Gurney to win the World Cup.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, congratulations to Northern Ireland for claiming a historic first win of the World Cup. 10-9 they beat Wales in the final. Josh Rock and Daryl Gurney recovered from 7-5 down to beat Gerwin Price and Johnny Clayton in the finale.
100.
11 darter for Daryl in the final. 8 left after just 9 darts. The scoring power of Josh Rock in that final was absolutely
95.
immense.
They were pushed by Clayton and by Price.
100.
They may never play that well again. It was that good. But just imagine the confidence
99.
that they're going to have going to the World Match Play now. My word.
Josh Rock's going to be dangerous in Blackpool, make no mistake of that. He's been trending in the right direction for around about a year or so. He won his
60.
European Tour title, didn't he, in the Netherlands. Backed it up with Pro Tour wins. Now he's won on the TV. Yes, it was at the World Cup, but it's a win on TV nonetheless. And now he could be a real dangerous commodity come the World Match Play in Blackpool, which takes place at the end of July. Charlie Manby, by the way, still not dropped a leg so far to date. Won 4-0 against Ronan McDonagh.
57.
And is
Charlie,
70 points 70. And 6 darts in hand away from a 2-0 lead against 4-time weekly winner Neil Duff.
Game shot.
He's
the second
not missing
leg.
much.
Charlie Manby.
And that is 30 darts for the first couple of legs here from Charlie. Champagne's on ice.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
But it's bubbling up nicely. Wonder why he's called Champagne. He's only 19.
100.
He shouldn't even know what champagne is at 19.
Not the first player in this building
60.
to have the nickname Champagne. Of course, Barry Bates has played here in the past.
It's also a song by a great band called Five Finger Death Punch.
140.
But it's spelt differently.
Champagne Charlie Nicholas is probably the most famous Champagne Charlie that springs to mind.
33.
Yeah, I've seen Charlie at the airport in the lounge. He wasn't drinking champagne, he was drinking gin and tonics.
A league championship winner with both
125.
Arsenal and Celtic. Part of that famous 89 team, wasn't he, Charlie Nicholas?
52.
Yeah, same
Neil, you
combination of
require
teams for Kieran Tierney.
136.
He's just gone back to Celtic, hasn't he?
That infamous line from the great Brian Moore on commentary. It's up for grabs now. Which is also then
80.
utilised by Adam Summerton, great commentator on TNT when Jared Bowen went through to win the Conference League for
Neil,
West Ham a couple
56.
of years ago. Duff to get on the ball, 56.
Game
Double
shot in the
tennis
third
foul,
leg.
Duff's on the
Neil
board.
Duff.
And Charlie Manby's lost his first leg of the day. Every single leg so far in this contest has been 1 in 15 darts.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $60.
Charlie's development to our season has seen very decent runs. He was the runner-up
26.
to Owen Bates in development to a 3. And that was after starting the season, losing his first game. He'd make a quarter-final, then he was a
133.
runner-up, and he was up and running pretty much after that. And since then, aside from a couple of small hiccups, he's been incredibly
100.
dependable. There are people who are very excited
132.
about this young man. But I think as part of his development, it's important for him to have this kind of experience
180.
day in, day out, playing against the likes of Duff and others. He seems like a very
81.
level-headed young man. Looks like he's having fun. And that's the right attitude.
And I think we've got a responsibility as well. That's in the media and those
101. Charlie,
to
you
watch the
require
sport
95.
to kind of temper the expectations a little bit. And we know how exciting a talent he is, but giving him that time and space to develop, it's not all going to be
35.
perfect. There's going to be mistakes
you
along the
require
way,
94.
but he gets given that avenue to be able to grow and develop into the player we think he's going to be.
54. Charlie, you require 60.
He's going to make mistakes. He's a human being. But at this, he's just a little bit better than some.
shot
And
in
look
the
at
fourth
the
leg.
angles
Charlie
there.
Manby.
That tells me something about his game. He knows when he
Fifth leg,
needs to
it's Neil
move.
to throw first.
He's
Game
done
on.
it twice in this game. And against a former WDF world champion, he is 3-1 up.
60.
The fact that 17 darts is the worst leg of the match, that tells you everything you need to know.
The John Part school of what is a good game.
125.
If nothing goes over 5 visits, it's a good game of what he would call darts.
123.
Just had a text from Jim Long. Never ever do that again, Henry.
Jim probably is watching this. Probably might. Well, I'm hoping he's not in an airport now
56.
because he should be travelling to Leicester as we speak. So hopefully he might be in a hotel room somewhere. If you are watching, Jim, do drop us a message. Be nice to hear from you, pal.
140. $60.
Again, trying to use that angle from the left-hand side, but this time it doesn't pay off. And Duff should be taking us to leg 6 here.
138.
Beautifully crafted.
$100. Neil, you require 40.
Tops left after 12. And nothing
Game
left
shot in
after
the fifth leg.
15.
Neil
Back to
Duff.
3-2, but Charlie Manby has the darts in his hand to see this one through.
Sixth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
There's something decidedly old school about the way that Charlie plays. He's a bit faster than your average old school player,
134.
but his darts are front loaded. There's no massive frills on the stuff that he uses either.
100.
If you'd have seen this throw with this kind of equipment in the 1970s at the News of the World, you would have said, yeah, okay.
135.
But we like a player that gets on with it.
These are two players that definitely subscribe to that theory.
85.
No shenanigans. No extras. Just get up, get on with it. Shake the hand before, shake the hand after, and whatever be will be.
140.
And we may just be about to find out who wins between champagne and the Duff man. So does sparkling white wine
60.
trump beer?
Charlie, you require 92.
Double 16. That would have
60.
been for a dozen darter to have won the game. If that was the case, his winning legs would have been to a combined average of 100.2.
83.
But this has been another really
Charlie,
good
you
display.
require 32.
And the signs at this present moment in time are looking kind of ominous for Charlie Manby.
Game shot.
Gets over the
and
line.
match, Charlie Manby.
In 14 darts, so that's another really handy display. Average just under 91.5, 50% on his dubbing. That was a really good contest. Just one of the legs in that one over the 15 dart range. Neil Duff, when he played his part, but Charlie Manby had a bit too much, went into a 2-0 lead, got that early break, and it was just too much work for Duff to do from there. Next up, it's even Springboard Poulsen up against Peter Wachiuri. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Charlie Manby made it 2 wins and 2. Really handy performance, average of just under 91.5, 50% on his doubles in a 4-2 success against Neil Duff. Game number 5 is a meeting between Peter Wachiuri and even Poulsen. These two looking to get off the mark following 4-2 defeats in their opening games. Peter going down to Neil Duff, whilst Evan lost out by that scoreline against Adam Gavlas. He did have an 11 darter in there, so there was signs of quality. Whilst for Peter Wachiuri, he'll be hoping to get his week started sooner rather than later.
100.
I've been thinking about something, Henry. Where would these guys play against each other if they didn't play here?
140.
Would they potentially play at the World Cup in the WDF? Maybe.
100.
But then they would have to make their respective national teams first, which, to be honest, is not an easy thing to do in both Kenya and Denmark.
36.
But if you're talking about sport,
131.
these two nations have something in common. I'm teasing something, but it's for a track and field nerd like me.
140.
This
Ivan, you
game
require 170.
really does spring some interest, no pun intended. You get the feeling that Peter really wanted that max?
94.
Just a little bit. I needed the max because now he's not on a finish. So Poulsen will be back for 76 to take the opening leg. What pressure can Wachiuri apply?
125.
Well, he
Ivan,
can
you
apply a
require
lot of pressure.
76.
Needs himself 60 after 12. Poulsen to take the opening leg. Double 8.
60.
Not this time. And so
Peter, you
Wachiuri
require
returns for the
60.
breaker throw. And the way he starts stand up, I was going to say that 60 isn't a bad finish, but it is a bad finish if you missed a big number. But he only needed one at tops anyway.
Peter Wachiuri.
And that's an opening leg break.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, when I look at Denmark versus Kenya, you think to yourself,
96.
they're so far apart. They can't possibly have a great deal in common. Well, they actually do have something in common because of
84.
famous middle distance runner Wilson Kipketer. He once held the 800-meter world record at 1 minute 41.11, which he took from Sebastian Coe. Originally Kenyan, but then represented Denmark.
120.
And that's what we call a samurai dart. Just leaning and balancing like a samurai sword on the mantelpiece right there.
45. 59.
Who's your famous Danish sports star of all time, Henry?
Peter Schmeichel.
100.
He's got to be in the top 5 goalkeepers of all time, hasn't he?
Bruce Grobbelaar?
Yeah, he's from Zimbabwe.
Is he?
81. Peter, you require 160.
Yeah, I think Henry got that one slightly wrong.
$140.
Yep, framing everyone. Henry got a football question wrong.
$97.
Now, for sure he gets this
Peter,
right.
You require 20.
He's 2-0 up. That's a good marker. That is a beautiful dart.
Game start in the second leg. Peter Wachiuri.
So Wachiuri is really starting to motor now compared to what he was doing in his first game. He's averaging nearly 94 here.
$40.
I've just heard somebody in my ear say Ruud Gullit.
He's Dutch.
I know. He won the Euro 88.
100.
Right, we've got a darts match on, and Peter Wachiuri of Kenya, definitely Kenya, is leading it 2-0. I'm not going to ever
140.
unlive that, am I?
Well, the thing is, Kenya is a fabulous sporting country, but they are noted
45.
for their middle to long distance runners. They've had some of the best ever. And it's really good to see that
78.
somebody who isn't into that discipline is having such a big impact. And we don't know what kind of impact Peter will have for the long term. We hope it's a really good one.
81.
Obviously, you mentioned Peter Schmeichel, who is Danish.
134.
He had an effect on his son because Kasper would become the goalkeeper for Denmark as well. He's currently at Celtic.
Yeah, and a very good human being. And I think you remember those scenes
105.
with
Ivan, you
Christian
require
Eriksen at the
109.
Euros. He was the captain that day, Kasper, and he was the one that laid off that human shield, didn't he?
57.
And the TV
Peter, you
cameras
require
wanted to
170.
be very unhelpful. Big Fish of Wachiuri. It's on offer. Another one of them. Yes, bullseye. Oh, that went far away. And that would have been the first real big moment of the
Ivan, you
week for
require
Wachiuri.
52.
Seriously impressive attempt there from Peter. Well, okay. That's different.
Yes, 28 there.
Might want to hurdle that double 9. Knocking on 3 different doors.
38.
One person was
Peter, you
home,
required 25.
but the next person wasn't. Double 4.
21.
I just get the
Ivan, you
feeling that
require
if
14.
Wachiuri is to take that next level standard-wise, he can't afford to be missing double 4 by that margin twice.
7.
Got a discussion point on this in the next leg.
Peter, you
as
require 4.
Wachiuri looks for 2-2s to make it 3-0.
Game shot in the third leg.
3-0
Peter
it is. He gets the
Wachiuri.
double break. And I just wonder with Peter, because of everything that's happened, and he's done a lot of things which have caught the eye,
Fourth
and
leg is
particularly on the
Peter to
internet
throw
that's
first.
caught the eye.
Game on.
Do we judge him differently compared to other players at his stage of his career? As in we probably set the bar a lot higher for Peter, where maybe other players in a similar position to him,
123.
we may talk in different terms with.
I know what you're getting at.
42.
But I think we live in a very different time, don't we? I think someone who grabs the attention of his sport
100.
based on viral footage, you have to ask them a very serious question.
61.
Do you want that to be your crown and glory? Or have you got more? Right now, we're asking Peter, have you got more? We're giving you the vehicle to tell us.
26.
That's this week. It's been previous weeks. He's getting to know Portsmouth really well. But that question is going to hang in the air
100.
until he wins something. Because until then, he will be known as that person who nearly made Ali Pali, nearly made Champions Week. And yes, he did win
83.
at the Influencer Sunday. But if we're talking about competitiveness at this level against these players, the question is,
82.
can he be the best? And so far, that has not been answered.
Yeah, he has made, and he has won an Influencers final. However, that's also a tournament Glenn
43.
Duff's made the final of, so I wouldn't read too much into it. To be fair, Glenn Duff's the first player who's played in an Influencer event, and
140.
he was the dart
Peter,
player
you
of the
require
Influencer.
126.
Do you need a rack for your shovel?
1-2-6 for Wachiuri. It's the bullseye.
77.
If you are watching, hi
Ivan, you
Glenn,
require
hope you're well.
76.
Probably in some airport in Frankfurt.
This has got to go.
Game
That's a
shot in the
fine
fourth
dart
leg.
from
Ivan
Springbok Poulsen. He couldn't see much of that double 8. And I think he was even impressed himself with what
Fifth
he's
leg,
just
it's
hit.
Ivan to throw
And he even gets a
first.
smell
Game
from
on.
his opponent who says, shucks.
100.
Abracadabra, the famous magician's word. Paul Daniels' most famous magician?
60.
David Copperfield.
Yeah.
Houdini.
Yeah.
Well, he's more of a
It's more of a-
illusionist.
Yeah. Escape artist.
David Blaine.
45.
Dynamo. Penn and Teller.
They are fabulous entertainers.
Whoever said that in my ear, well done, good guess.
100.
So if that's going to be his nickname,
100.
do you know what kind of dog he's going to have?
Oh no. I know exactly what you're going to say.
A Labracadabrador.
I wish that joke would
60.
disappear.
I'll disappear you in a minute.
After my previous comment, I wish you did.
60.
Yeah, I'll make you feel like Grobbler, all wobbly. Well, sure, he's got to be really careful here because
54. Ivan, you require 156.
Ivan might be getting a little bit of a head of steam here. And if you cast your eye very closely
140.
at what he's using, that looks very much like a Scott Williams dart.
$95.
Well, so far
Ivan,
the
you require
situation's not
16.
okay for even Poulsen.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Ivan's
But with the shaggy darts, he brings it back to 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game up.
Scott Williams, former weekly winner in this building.
Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Almost 3 years ago now.
85.
Here we are, fast approaching the 3-year anniversary of coming to this building. That will be in early September.
91.
That'll be pretty much at the start of Series 12.
$100.
It's amazing to think the acorns of which this project's grown from. Obviously, you started off when it was from home, and that's around about
83.
5 years ago now. We moved into a mini studio, I suppose you'd call it, in Southampton, where we did some great things when you consider the resources we had, and then it's grown
140.
into this marvellous arena here, the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it really is, just looking around the place, it's absolutely spectacular, the
85.
facilities that are on offer.
There are plenty of players who come here to Portsmouth
55.
and they will never experience what we had to from home and then obviously from the evolutionary
55.
studio.
Peter, you require 121.
They just think this is the norm. There were foundations laid. That grip that the Kenyan has,
55.
it's almost hypnotic. It shouldn't work, but it does.
Well, he's 66 points away here from completing
55.
a 4-2
Peter, you
win.
require 66.
And to get his first win of the week on the board. It's a 4-2 defeat in his opener to Neil Duff. Looking to reverse the scoreline here. And he's going to get a match dart at tops to do exactly that.
Game
and he
shot,
only needs
and the
one
match,
dart
Peter
at
Wachiuri.
tops to get his first win of the week. Peter Wachiuri is on the board. He gets the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 2. And he looks a very relieved man as Ivan Poulsen ruefully looks on this how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Wachiuri a 4-2 winner. I'm going to sort out my Bruce Grobbelaars from my Peter Schmeichels, and when we return, we're going to see Ronan McDonagh against Adam Gavlas.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Peter Wachiuri get the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 2. Game 6 of the session is a meeting between Ronan McDonagh and Adam Gavlas. Adam picked up a 4-2 win against Ivan Poulsen in his first match, whilst for Ronan McDonagh, he's looking to get not just his first win, but the first leg of his day up and running. He lost out 4-0 to Charlie Manby in his opening game of the week, and he is looking to get on the board, Mr. Nicholson.
First leg is Ronan to throw first. Game on.
I think this is a really interesting game because you've got 2 young men at the same stage of their careers
34.
as far as age is concerned, but with very different exposures. I think they play the game very differently as well. One is very methodical, one is very
60.
quick. I think this is fascinating.
55.
It's easy to sit here and we can have Darts Pundits United going on about the fact that, oh, I'm sure both players are going to go on and win loads of titles. There's no guarantee of that. At all. Adam might never win a title ever again.
100.
Ronan might never win anything. But what they do have, they have talent.
140.
Talent fails if you don't harness it. That's the responsibility that these young dart players have. You've got the talent. How do you use it in the coming years? You have your opportunity. It's right in front of you. Can you use it properly?
97.
More like it.
120.
So this is over the finish, despite the bounce out with the last dart, but Gavlas will feel against the throw. He's now got a real opportunity to get a break, which he needs at some point in this contest.
$123. Ronan, you require 152.
This would be some shot.
140.
You can never accuse Ronan
Adam, you require
of
121.
underthrowing a dart. There's a degree of viciousness about the way he throws. Whereas Gavlas is a bit more graceful.
97. Ronan, you require 12.
Double six.
6.
Goes inside, and so Gavlas back for
Adam,
two
you require
12s to
24.
get a break in the opening leg of the contest and to get a little stranglehold of proceedings. A shake of the head from the Irishman, because he
Game
knows
shot
an
the first leg.
opportunity's been
Adam
let
Gavlas.
slip, and he knows that in his previous match he missed 3 darts at a double early on, and Charlie Manby picked the pieces up.
Second leg, it's
Gavlas
Adam
one
to
up
throw
with a
first.
break in
Game on.
hand.
Now, we don't get a great deal of Czech players coming here to the Modus Super Series. We've had our fair share, I guess. So far, there are more to find. But the last time Ronan McDonagh was here, there was a Czech player in his group.
59.
Alexander Mashek was here, and he was a big hit. He was a superb talent to see here under the
58.
Live Lounge roof. Now, Ronan did play against Alexander in Group A, and it was a particularly close fought affair with the top 5 players in the group separated by 4 points. In fact, the top 3 all had 18 points. Conan
43.
Whitehead won the group, Lee Cox was second, and Ronan McDonagh was third.
We have a Czech
81.
player to play here by the name of Vitislav Sedlak, who played in week 9 of Series 3, a week which was won by Lukas Weinig of Germany. That was a week where he won and he gave that very infamous interview. I will not digress any further. Pete John Henson in the
99.
final. Neil Duff also played in that week, as did the likes of Reece Colley, Chris Gilliland and Darren Johnson.
60.
That would be the week before Luke Littler would make his debut in this competition, beating Richard North in the final. Whatever happened to that lad?
I refer to my previous
60.
statement about talent. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't harness it
100.
through in a few bad choices, maybe a few questionable decisions, success will not be yours. Think about something as you're going about your Monday. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing,
97.
you say this to yourself: I am here as a sum of the decisions I've made,
47.
whether they're good
Adam,
or
you
bad.
require 143.
Well, Gavlas 1-4-3. He may feel like he's got 6 from here to double his advantage. And Ronan McDonagh still yet to pick up a leg so far today.
119. Ronan, you require 155.
Gavlas has left himself on double 12 again. And if McDonagh's not careful, the only way he's going to pick up a leg is if he goes to the chicken shop.
Yeah. $131.
That's much
Adam,
better.
you require 24.
Ask the question. Put your opponent under pressure. But he's got the answer
Game
once
shot,
again.
Second leg, Adam Gavlas.
2-0 to the good. 2 from 2 in terms of his doubling so far in this
Third
contest.
leg is Ronan to throw first.
Right, it's leg
Game
3 of Game 6 on this Monday morning, which means, Nico, you know what time it is.
78.
13 minutes past 11.
And at 13 minutes past 11 on Monday, the 16th of June, 2025, it is time for your Monday tungsten teaser. You could sound more infused.
140.
Sorry, I thought you were going to play a jingle.
We should get a jingle for it, shouldn't we? It should have its own segment in the
57.
show.
What's the teaser then?
So, today's tungsten teaser is World Cup related. So, we saw the World Cup of darts, didn't we, at the weekend? And we're going to tie in with the Super Series. How many nations
43.
have been represented in the Modus Super Series? How many different nations have been represented at the Modus Super Series?
137.
Is it in the low 40s?
I'm not going to give any hints away. I'm going to be nasty today.
My guess is 42.
It's not correct, but you're not too far away.
I'm sure that's not what Roy Walker said.
41.
That's a niche joke. He used to say it's a good answer, but it's not right. So what is it then?
We'll find out a little bit later on in today's programme.
We'll find out after the
101.
break.
Cheers, Bradley.
McDonagh does have the position this time. He's going to have to start using it. That's a very well measured
134.
two-treble visit
Ronan,
from
you
Adam.
require 128.
And even with the 134, he's left himself on one of the most difficult finishes on the dartboard.
88. Adam, you require 143.
Would you put it past him?
You want to put anything past this man? But you'll put the 143 past him now. Ronan McDonagh.
107. Ronan, you
There's
require
3 darts
40.
at tots to get his first leg of the day, and he'll want this sooner rather than later.
Game
And that'll
shot,
be a
the
big
third
relief
leg,
for him. You
Ronan
can see
McDonagh.
it's a big relief for him. He's off the mark in week 6.
Fourth
I just
leg
love a
is
dart
Adam to
player's
throw
reaction
first.
to
Game
certain
up.
situations. He hasn't played that badly today. He's averaging 85 here. He was averaging nearly 86 in his first game. He's not playing poorly. But the standard has been
137.
okay so far. But just the fact that it has taken him 7 legs to get his first choke on the board.
131.
Hence the hallelujah up towards the heavens.
Well, to put it in perspective, the standard so far today has been a darn sight better than what we saw in Group A last week, but not as good as what we saw in week 4.
$85.
Put it this way. The people getting through on Saturday nights in this series, they are world-class players.
139.
People like McGurk. People like Jeff Smith. People like Scott Taylor, who seems to be married to this level of play and has succeeded more than once.
Well, put it this way. If we were independent promoters and we were looking at 12 players to play in a televised event,
100.
a venue which could sell tickets in terms of ability and what they're doing right now, Jeff Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurk, Andy Hamilton would be in conversations.
59.
And then the likes of Kurt Parry didn't even win a week. Kurt Parry averaged 89 for his week. And he didn't even get through the Champions Week. No surprise that he's the player at this present moment in time, if there was to be a dropout in
139.
Champions Week, that would get the phone call. And if the truth be told, probably would get the phone call, because it's going to take some special effort to dislodge that average,
132.
particularly over the
Adam, you
course of
require
29
40.
games, as Gavlas looks at tops after 12.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well, there's nothing
Adam
wrong with his
Gavlas.
doubling. 3 out of 3. Everything at the top of the board. Everything in a
Fifth leg
primary
is
double
Ronan to
sense.
throw
Everything
first.
red.
Game on.
He's cutting the figure of the Iceman right now.
140.
And I'm not talking about Gervin Price. His expression is basically frozen. And he's definitely not melting under the heat.
140.
Ronan looking to become the third player from the Emerald Isle to play at Champions Week in Series 11. Conor Heenahan missed out last
100.
week. But Shane McGurk, John O'Shea, already there. Former World Master, reigning WDF World Champ. And I tell you what, the way Shane's playing this year, you would not put it past him to go back-to-back at Frimley Green in December.
140.
It's funny you mentioned Kurt Parry, by the way, averaging over 89 for his week and being a runner-up.
45.
Because I was not aware until this weekend that Champions Night, or Champions Weekend, however you want to reference it, is the same weekend as a Challenge Tour weekend. And you mentioned Lucas Venig being a previous weekly winner. He decided to go to the Challenge Tour
42.
instead of coming to the Champions Week. That proved to be the wrong choice.
Well, it absolutely decimated his season, didn't it?
180.
Picked up now on the Challenge Tour and then never really made an impact here. We'll talk more about that in a second. McDonagh with a 180 there to leave himself on double 18 after 12. The game is getting better in terms of quality as we move along. Averages 94 apiece. The doubling decent, particularly for Gavlas, who's 3 from 3.
139.
That's the second
Ronan, you
time he's
require
laid up
36.
from 179 to tops.
Game shot in the
Well
fifth
done,
leg.
Ronan. That's
McDonagh.
a beautiful dart to keep this match alive.
14 darter, back to 3-2. Gavlas with the throw. Really good
Sixth leg,
contest.
it's
Ronan
Adam to
showing
throw
us more the
first. Game
type
on.
of quality that we saw for him first time out here at the live lounge. Gavlas throwing for the match. But going back to your point that you mentioned, Dari, that Challenge Tour weekend right at the very end of the series circuit, it does leave players at the top of that Challenge Tour order of merit with a
140.
decision to make in terms of diary management, because the Challenge Tour takes place in Leicester, the Mattioli Arena. So if you win your Group A, it's actually an incentive to win the Group A, because you could play on the Friday in Leicester, possibly play the first event on the Saturday, get a quick car journey down here, play the Sunday, if you're really enthusiastic for it.
It very much depends on who you are and if you're in the frame.
96.
Who's the highest ranked player who's already through?
59.
Well, there's nobody until you get to the name Shane McGurk at number 32.
Who doesn't usually play all the events in the Challenge Tour weekend anyway, so that will be surplus to requirements for him.
171.
Well, that is not surplus to requirements for Gavlas. This really has been impressive. Now he's averaging over 100.
78. Adam, you require 94.
He's still got game. Has he got a 4-2 victory? You might look at the bull here because the 54 is covered. Bull would be sensible.
One luxury he does have is time and space in this leg.
38.
He's himself on 56 after 12. Average dips just below the ton mark. 3 from 3 on his doubles
28.
and looking to round this off.
Adam, you
It'll be
require
for
56.
a second consecutive victory. It'd mean that so far it'd be a table split up into a couple of portions.
Game shot.
faultless
And
on the
match,
doubles.
Adam
4
Gavlas.
from 4 in his finishing. Adam Gavlas with a performance befitting of his CV. An average just under 99. Perfect in terms of his doubles. Finishes off with 14 darts on the back of a 13 he had earlier on in the contest. This is the tail of the tape. McDonagh played some good stuff, but Adam Gavlas is finishing the key component there. Next up, Neil Duff against Poulsen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed a couple of rounds of action here on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Adam Gavlas get the better of McDonagh by 4 legs to 2. We've seen a couple of wins for him. We've seen a couple of wins for Charlie Manby, including a really good performance against Neil Duff in a 4-2 win in match 4 of the session. So that's what we've seen so far. And in terms of the table, it is fairly uniform. Charlie Manby and Adam Gavlas, top of it. 4 points to their name. Neil Duff and Wachiuri have 1 win, 1 defeat each, whereas Poulsen and McDonagh looking to get off the mark at the foot of the table. Neil Duff's in action in our 7th game. He takes on Poulsen, who is looking for his first win, as you saw in the table there. For Neil, it was a solid performance to get the better of Wachiuri by 4 legs to 2, and if the truth be told, it was just the timing of Charlie Manby that was the key difference in his second match. He's averaged 89 in both of his games so far. It's been a very good start to the week. New equipment from Neil Duff, and it looks like so far it's bearing fruit. Whereas for even Poulsen, I think it's fair to say that so far, a couple of 4-2 defeats, he's been playing in spells. But the big problem he's got is he missed a lot of darts at double
First
in his
leg,
previous
it's
game
Neil
against
to throw
Peter
first.
Wachiuri. 10 of them,
Game up.
2 from 12 on the outer ring against the Kenyan. And simply put, against somebody of the capability, calibre and quality of Neil Duff, if you do that, you expect to be beaten.
140.
The thing is, Henry, he's playing to type. Is the Dane.
43.
He's averaging around that 80 mark. And when you're seeing the likes of Gavlas and Manby starting to lift their averages to start with the 9,
140.
he's going to have to find another gear. I've been looking through his season so far
95.
on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. You posed a question to me about how many nations have been represented here. I want you to
60.
try and figure out how many times he's averaged 90 or more on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this season from 35 games.
81. Neil, you require 161.
We will reveal the answer in the next leg, because Neil Duff is already bearing down on taking it.
Well, I reckon it's less than a
79.
handful. As I say, I think he's quite a streaky player, isn't he? That plays in moments. He saw that 11 darter in his opening game, but then couldn't really back it up with much else.
60. Neil, you
But
require
he's somebody that in
82.
his twilight years is very much enjoying the game and very much enjoying the opportunities that are coming his way. I suppose both players in this game
shot in the first leg.
have a
Neil
similar
Duff.
story to one another, because for Neil Duff, it was a sport which he took up later on in life.
Second
Didn't
leg is
start
Ivan to throw first.
throwing
Game
a
up.
dart to the end of his 20s in the end, and picking up the World Championship on debut
41.
at the age of 49 at the Lakeside, beating Thibaut Jacol in the final. Two players that have definitely blossomed as the years have gone along, and I suppose
45.
to nick a saying from you, he's kind of aged like a fine wine as Neil Duff.
Yeah, I do wonder which wine he would be.
81.
Good strong glass of red, made of tough stuff.
Yes, he's definitely not a rosé.
140.
Even though he has got the tiniest little bit of bling around his neck, I wouldn't say he's a sparkling wine either. I think he's a full-bodied red.
100.
I'm getting Argentinian vibes. I think he'd be a full-bodied Malbec.
140.
You know, the kind of wine you want on a nice, cosy winter's day.
80.
Now that's a hat stand.
Not to be confused with other darting tricks.
121.
Yeah, it's called a hat stand because you can see that the dart is dangling a bit like a hat on a hat stand.
59.
We used to call
Neil,
it a
you require
grandfather clock.
55.
Because it would be like the pendulum, but didn't really catch on. Oh, well. Finishes like this might not catch on either. He takes
Game
it anyway,
shot,
and that's
second leg, Neil
maybe
Duff.
the most unusual 55 checkout Neil Duff has ever hit.
Well, it was a slip, but it was
Third
a slip
leg,
that
it's
didn't
Neil to
prove
throw
costly.
first.
14
Game on.
dart off the back of the 15. Duff's got the break. He leads 2-0, and he looks in very good nick. And the way he was kind of talking, because he came here on Saturday to watch the
25.
finals and managed to catch a quick chat with him, and the way he was talking, and he always talks very positively about things anyway. He's always a glass half full kind of
140.
character. But there was just something about the way that he was talking that just made me think he's going to have a good week this week.
135.
It looks like things are really clicking again for him. But it's been a little bit barren here the last 12 months or so. He's not been winning on as regular a basis perhaps he would like.
41.
And he has been working on things. He's been trialling new darts, and obviously now moving to the Thornton set from the same manufacturer, these two.
100.
And I just wonder whether this week could be a real catalyst and a real spark to his season. He'll be back in next week for the Champion of Champions.
You could say that if he
64.
wins this week, it would be a springboard.
We'll let the tumbleweed move past.
140.
Might as well. I'm not going to get any applause for that.
Ah, Lady Gaga reference. I get it. Well done.
100. Neil, you require 101.
Well, for 3-0. Neil Duff is in cruise control of this contest. And a
Game
tongue
shot in the
plus
first leg,
check out to
Neil
the
Duff.
catalogue. 3 for 3 on his doubles. Legs 1 in 15, 14, 15. Average of 102.5.
Fourth leg,
And he
it's
is all
Ivan to
over
throw
Poulsen
first.
right
Game
now.
up.
Yeah, this is a standard that Springbok Poulsen just can't live with. And to answer the question of how many times
85.
he's averaged over 90 on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year in 35 games, 1. However, it was 97.37,
140.
beating Peter Jensen. And his first 4 legs of that game were 14, 14,
81.
13 and 15. It is in there. That game that he's going to need this week, it's there. It just needs to be found on a more
45.
regular basis.
$59.
Poulsen's definitely somewhere that Neil Duff considers home. And by appearing here this week, since we started this particular format
85.
in July 2022, when we straggled between a couple of venues, he moves on to an appearance record which
85.
only Lee Cox has got more appearances than him. 14, which is a joint record with Robert Thornton in second place. Lee Cox leads the way with 15 appearances here.
89.
Neil's played the most amount of games. 312th game this. He's currently 11 ahead of weekly champion in this
45.
series, Scott
Neil, you
Taylor.
require 142.
Neil is destined this week to be the person that gets to 200 wins first. He's going to need to win this game and 9
58.
others,
Ivan, you
which
require
he will.
146.
So he's on 191 wins here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Scott Taylor has the record with 194.
94.
Now that doesn't
Neil, you
count the week
require
that he
84.
played in this format in Southampton, which he got to the final of loss to Lee Evans in that particular finale. The bullseye for win number 192.
36. Ivan, you require 52. Game
that's
shot in
not
the fourth
terrible.
leg, Ivan Springbok Poulsen.
So yeah, to put into context, Neil Duff,
Fifth
191
leg,
wins
it's
from
Neil
those
to throw
311
first. Game
games.
up.
3 appearances and a championship. He has won 4 weekly titles, but couldn't play at one of those particular Champions Weeks.
140.
Do we start the raging argument again about what's better, having 5 Modus Super Series weekly titles or 4 of them and a special?
100.
I'm going to leave that to Steve Weston, Neil. I'm not getting in the middle of those two.
Shall we put our phones on Do Not Disturb right now? Well, if anything, Andreas Harrison's kind of ended the
60.
conversation because he's the first player to put in quotation marks, complete the set, because he's won weekly titles, series title, specials week
60.
title. And he's won 6 overall if you include the weekly wins, the Champions Week win, and the specials week win.
Is that your way of saying that Andreas is the
60.
GOAT?
There's no goats here.
If any dart player looks like a GOAT, it's Andreas Harrison.
42.
I'll let you tell him that.
He'll see the funny side of it. He's got a big sense of humour.
Yeah, really good guy is Andreas. Good fun, good company
60.
to be around.
He's dry.
Oh, yes.
He's drier than the Atacama Desert.
I'll never forget the one time we went to a speed
59.
quiz. Andreas knew none of the answers apart from a music round where Waterloo came on, and the only thing he said all night was, Abba.
97.
Yeah, that and his funny comment about Cam Crabtree's 171. He said it was completely unnecessary. And that had everybody in stitches.
60. Neil, you acquire 84.
This would not make Springbok Poulsen laugh as Duff goes for another 84 checker to win the game.
52.
This time he's got the luxury of not needing the bull.
Well, the key to this game was Neil Duff getting off to a very quick start.
40. Neil, you acquire 32.
44 darts for the first 3 legs. So him
Game
race
start
into a
of the match,
lead
Neil Duff.
and has seen Neil Duff win his second game of the week. A really good display. A 4-1 win against Evan Poulsen. He looks in really good nick, doesn't he, Neil Duff? Average there at 91, 4 from 5 in terms of his finish, including that 101 finish as well. Work to do for Evan Poulsen. Next up, it's Charlie Manby against Adam Gavlas. Someone's O has got to go. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're at the midway point of Monday's action. 7 games down, 8 more to go. And it's Adam Gavlas and Charlie Manby in action in our middle match of the session. For the break, really good performance from Neil Duff. 4-1 win against Evan Poulsen. Average of 91. 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing, including a 101 checker. Got off to a really quick start. Legs of 15, 14 and 15 to accrue the first 3 legs of that particular contest. But this is a meeting between the 2 unbeaten players in the group, Gavlas and Manby, both 2 wins out of 2. But for somebody, that unblemished record has to come to a close come the end of this one. Charlie Manby has looked really good today. 2 good performances. But the performer of the day has been Adam Gavlas. The performance of the day came
Game on.
for him last time out against McDonagh. Won that game by 4 legs to 2. Average of 98.76.
100.
And impressively as well, 4 out of 4 on his doubles in that contest. These 2 play to the level they have done today, we could be in for a bit of a butte.
$100.
Do you know that's a town? There's a town called Butte. It's famous. It's in Montana.
95.
It's actually famous for pasties. Because a lot of people moved to Butte, Montana from Cornwall back in the day, and they took the pasties recipe with them. But you're right, it could be a bit of a butte.
140.
They played each other before on the development tour back in 2023. Gavlas won that one by 4 legs to 3, but there's been a lot of progression from Charlie
58.
since then. I think this is a very fair fight. I think they play the game in a very different way. And it's very much to do with where they're from.
80.
This is what you get from a Czech dart player. Ice cold. No reaction.
100. Adam, you
Manby
require
is a
81.
product of the British Isles where there's a little bit more flair involved. And look at what he's up to here. First double he's missed in a while.
57. Charlie,
And he doubles
you require
down on that, giving Manby a
148.
bit of a free hit here.
To be on this particular occasion, was looking for a couple
58.
of 54s at even
Adam, you
sell tops.
require
Gavlas back for 2
24.
12s to get an opening leg break.
Game shot in the
When
first
he's at
leg,
24
Adam
left
Gavlas.
with 3 darts in hand, he's completed the job with leaving 2 darts in his left hand.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Needless to say, don't leave him on double 12 with a full visit worth of darts.
Well, that's a 13 dart start for Adam Gavlas, who gets himself up and running in this contest. And is he beginning just to go through the gears?
180.
Average 98 in his previous match, and he's looking rather imperious here.
83.
There aren't many players who can say, when their opponent's averaging 127 early, that I can beat that. Charlie can't say that. Because he turned every single head in this sport with his personal best average
58.
earlier this year. It got everyone's attention. It was a bit like a sprinter breaking 9.5 seconds
100.
for 100 meters. Him going over the 130 barrier. So it can be done. And it was done by someone who doesn't even have a tour card.
And I think the biggest compliment you've got to pay, Charlie, is, as you mentioned, it got headlines everywhere. There
99.
wasn't a TV show or radio station that wasn't talking about the feat. And it could be so easy for somebody of his age to achieve something like that and get carried away by it.
100.
But I think it
Adam,
says a
you
lot
require
about the temperament, his
164.
character, and the people around him. The fact that he's achieved something like that, but he's so level-headed about it. Almost to the point of, we've not really spoken about it today because it's not really a point of reference because you know how good he is.
It's one game.
64.
That's all it is. As impressive as it was just one game.
58. Adam, you require 100.
That was a poor dart from Adam. That one wobbled in the board. Something else might be changing though. And
Game
there you
shot,
have
second
it.
leg, Adam Gavlas.
One bad dart and two absolute corkers for a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
He is cutting the figure of an Ivan up there. Ivan Drago. Emotionless brilliance from Gavlas.
60.
Well, put it this way, he carries on playing to this tune, then somebody else is going to have to do something special to win this week, because he's playing to an insanely high level, but yet looking so comfortable in doing so.
125.
And this was kind of what we were seeing from him around about 2.5 years ago, as he was pushing and probing towards that UK Open semi-final.
Well, this is an
60.
insight into what some professional dart players can do. You get them away from the pressure of the Pro Tour, and in some cases away from the cameras and the lights. This is the kind of stuff they do in practice all the time.
57.
But here's the question. Can you do it under the lights on a Monday morning at Modus? Obviously, Gavlas can.
58.
And what else he's done as well is his brilliance is just basically subdued Charlie Manby, who cuts a very full-on figure at the back of the stage.
Yeah, at the back of the stage there, he looks like he's kicking stones on the beach.
He's flattened him down, really, hasn't he?
140.
Yeah, I think the right word is suppressed. Got to kick back at some point.
140.
Might as well be now.
Well, Gavlas has overturned the throw. He's got 6 darts here from 179 to open up a 3-0 lead and get the double break. It mean that he'd have the darts in the next to complete a comprehensive 4-0 rout.
99.
Picks off a chirper with the last, leave himself on a 2-darter, but how handy can Charlie leave it here?
63. Adam, you require 80.
He could even go tops again if he wants. Way too smart for that. The whole 5 to keep Manby at bay.
Game
Superb.
shot, third leg, Adam Gavlas.
What more can you say about the way he's playing in the last hour?
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Do you know he's got a bit of an affectionate nickname, Adam, amongst some of the dart players? We'll call him Stacey.
Please do care to elaborate.
Because Stacey is Gav's lass.
60.
Unfortunately, Nico's here all week.
There are plenty of
137.
affectionate nicknames out there. We used to call Mark Webster Sally. Merv's going to hate me for saying this. We used to call him the Burger.
123.
I get Jack from some of my old pals. That's what Simon Whitlock calls me.
98.
I've got plenty of affectionate nicknames, none of which we can repeat live on air.
We call you Blue. Deacon Blue. But that's also the nickname of Justin Pipe, so you can't have it.
Amongst many other things.
Look at Manby in the background.
93.
He looks like he doesn't have the answers.
$58.
Just wonder if the pace of this game, maybe the chemistry is not quite there for this one, for Charlie, but all is not lost with a loss here. Yes, he will lose the top spot.
$140.
But nobody upon nobody in all of the time we've been here in Portsmouth and Southampton has gone perfect in
55.
Group A.
Adam, you require 85.
There could be only one person who could potentially do that after this game, and that could be Adam Gavlas.
And playing the way he's playing, he may have every single chance, because this has been another ruthless, destructive display.
57.
But he hasn't put the cap on it just
Charlie, you
yet.
require 153.
Wow, double 18.
135.
He gave it everything. Full credit
Adam,
to
you
him as he
require
eyeballs the
28.
double 18.
Well, that's the first start Charlie Manby's had at a double in this contest. And
Game
it's the
shot,
only one he's
and the
going to
match,
get.
Adam
Because
Gavlas.
Adam Gavlas with another ruthless display, average at the end in excess of 101. And he is playing to a level in which everybody else has to stand up and take notice. It was a 98 average in his previous game, backs it up with a 101, and he basically shut down Charlie Manby from first start to last. Gavlas then a 4-0 winner. Next up, Peter Wachiuri against Ronan McDonagh.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Adam Gavlas get the better of Charlie Manby by 4-0. The final game from the third round of fixtures on this Monday morning is a clash between Kenya's Peter Wachiuri and the Republic of Ireland's Ronan McDonagh. And for these two, it's about getting their day up and running. Peter Wachiuri has picked up a win in his previous match against even Poulsen, whilst Ronan McDonagh is looking for his first success of this Monday morning. There was an improvement from game 1 to game 2, and he was kind of unlucky that he came up against
First
Adam
leg is
Gavlas at the
Peter to
peak of his
throw
powers in
first.
that second match. Averaged
Game
92.5, 2 from 6 on his doubles. His opponent was pert on the outer ring, and Adam Gavlas before the break put in the performance of the week so far. He's 3 from 3, 101.9 average in a 4-0 success against Charlie Manby, winning legs of 13, 15, 15, 16 in that one. But for Ronan, yes, he's not
60.
picked up a win so far, but is there enough in terms of performance that will encourage him going into this one?
There should be. And even though he did lose to Gavlas in his previous game, he did
100.
average nearly 93. He is definitely warming up. But is he in that sweet spot
134.
of warming up and having just about enough energy to be comfortable? Because at the early portion of this game,
41.
he does look a little warm. And I mean that in the literal sense. Look at the amount of times he's fiddling with the shirt.
100.
Well, it's going to be quite warm in Portsmouth this week. We're not going to get much in the way of rain. It's going to be mid-20s all week long.
100.
So get used to the fact that it's going to be warm here. There's no dodging it.
Particularly in Group B later on in the week, because the
93.
temperatures on stage
PT
can get
require
stifling
160.
because obviously the lights will be on all day and you would have had a session before and you got all of that heat which retains in the building. Wachiuri looking at 160. Can't be done now.
60.
And
Ronan, you require
McDonagh back for
114.
114. 218. And that can't be done now either.
58. Peter, you require 100.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's that you don't predict what Peter's about to do.
60. Ronan, you require
Didn't he
56.
take out, was it 48 with 2 double 12s?
Yes, that made the newspapers, that did.
36. Peter, you require 40.
Wouldn't even give me credit. That was the worst bit about it.
Where's my violin? We'll
Game
give him
shot
credit
the
for
first
that one.
leg. Peter Wachiuri.
Now, his technique, it really does interest me.
Second leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure we're going to delve into it at some point this week. But I want to bring up our old friend from Botswana, Hilton Klein.
180.
If you look at the technique of Wachiuri against that of Hilton, there's something in common. When they draw the dart back,
100.
the fingertips come towards the thumb. They crunch the hand, and then the dart points to the sky, and then they throw.
140.
It's pretty much exactly the same foible. But the thing that also gets my attention is that Peter does not fully extend his
140.
arm. It's a half follow through. You play darts long enough, that kind of follow through
60.
will result in a repetitive strain injury, which puts so much emphasis on doing the right exercises throughout your career with very light resistance
91.
bands
Ronan,
and
you
working with a
require
chiropractor or
121.
potentially a physio.
To level up. Well, he went 25 with his second dart. Now, Wachiuri's on the 170. He has missed the bullseye for this today. So he's
81.
played a
Peter, you
percentage
require
shots here, and he is
170.
hoping that it was the right play. Stats would say that it was the right decision, and it turned out to be the right decision. And I suppose what Ronan's also done is he's
95.
laid down the
Ronan, you
gauntlet
require
to
40.
Peter Wachiuri, saying that I don't think you could take it out. I'm going to play the percentage play. And
20.
it almost worked out perfectly for him.
Peter, you require 75.
Just the 1 double 12.
Game shot in the
And
second
a
leg.
beautifully
Peter
crafted finish
Wachiuri.
from the King. We don't have enough
Third
of those
leg,
in
it's
this
Peter
sport,
to
do
throw
we?
first. Game on.
I can name at least 3.
140. $95.
Well, let's have a look at Peter's action. A little bit up close from this side on camera angle here.
Look at that follow through.
140.
We're talking about an extension of maybe 45 degrees from vertical.
100.
But it's the hand action, it's the dexterity that really gets everybody's attention. Because he holds the dart with
59.
a great deal of caress, but also there's a lot of spinning, there's a lot of crunching going on. There's a whole
93.
host of things that could go wrong, but he'd make a very good magician because look at how much action has happened before he even throws it.
140.
He's so fancy, he even gets the zoom on a 140.
137. Peter, you require 22.
I wonder if he gets a zoom on double 11. He doesn't get a zoom on double 11. Oh, he's busted the score.
He doesn't get
No
double
score.
11 or 22.
Ronan, you require 76.
So the window is open for McDonagh and he's got to go through it.
Game shot in the
More
third
like
leg.
it.
Ronan McDonagh.
Well, if this was a caption contest, that would have been a beauty.
Well, you could hear the grunt, couldn't you, from Ronan
Fourth
there?
leg, it's Ronan
been a
to throw
frustrating day
first.
so far. He hasn't played bad. He's averaging 91.5 in this game. Averaged
Game on.
92.5 in his previous one. It's not as if the standards dipped. It's just, it's felt like everybody else has hit everything in front of him. And the
96.
opportunities he's missed have been punished to the hilt.
There's always someone like that every week. Someone who is playing well, but is the muse for everybody else.
49.
I think this is probably the right time to mention Jamie Lewis.
95.
Because in this series, nobody epitomizes that statement like Jamie Lewis.
35.
Well, you look at the numbers he punched in. Average of 93 for the week.
100.
Second highest average of the series, and that was Shane McGurk who had the highest. And I'm going to put a cast iron guarantee that he's going to be in Group A come Champions Week.
44.
I was talking to someone over the weekend about Shane,
96.
and I said flat out, I'd be amazed if he's not the favourite for the championship come the middle of August. I can't think of anybody who would potentially take that crown away from him as favourite.
76.
I think the only way,
Ronan, you
maybe,
require
because of the way the bookmakers
114.
would lay their odds, would maybe be Steve Beaton qualified. McDonagh looking at 114 to level up at 2-2. He's got time and space, and he's going to need
94.
that time and space. Maybe Beaton, just because of CV, because of what he's done in the game, and the bookies tend to like to favour towards him.
81.
I'd still
Ronan,
go with
you
Shane.
require 20.
I'll tell you, there'd be one player that maybe, if they did qualify for Champions Week, would
Game shot in the fourth leg. Ronan McDonagh.
potentially raise some eyebrows as McDonagh levels up at 2-2. Be
Fifth leg, it's
interesting if,
Peter to throw first. Game on.
say, Bo Greaves was to play in this series and make it through to Champions Week.
Yeah, good point.
Want a Group A at Champions Week, of course.
140.
Who's to know? Maybe Raymond van Barneveld's going to be in this series. Yes, I'm teasing you.
140.
Well, if you actually have a look at the top of the challenge to order of merit,
140.
we've not seen a lot of the top hitters yet. Not seen Darius yet. Not seen Stefan Belmont yet.
Haven't seen Danny Van Tripe yet.
140.
Ted Everett's not yet. Jimmy Van Schie. Keegan Brown. I'll tell you, someone we haven't seen here
125.
in a long time. Alexander Merrickx.
You've been practicing rolling your R's, haven't you?
Well, I need to practice my R's, don't I?
100. Peter, you acquire
Of course,
96.
Andreas Harrison yet to see in this series.
Yes, lots of questions to be answered. Is that a marker or not? It
Game
most
shot the fifth
definitely
leg,
is.
Peter Wachiuri.
Did I just see a little bit of peacockery there from the Kenyan? Giving us a little bit of the slow walk
Sixth
there,
leg
like
is
James
Ronan to
Brown.
go first.
Yeah, we
Game on.
saw that.
140.
Now, Ronan McDonagh must feel like it's happening again to him, averaging just under 97. But it's the doubling, 2 from 9 on the outer end. The scoring's been absolutely superb from him today.
59.
But it's been an inability to finish legs off, which has been the key difference so far in this contest.
60.
The way you win darts matches is you've got to keep your opponent away from the outer ring. If you can't do that, you're risking losing matches. It's as simple as that.
40.
You've got to have those really good, clean 15 darters where they're sitting on a double and they don't get a hit. They don't even get a chance to have the hit. So if we are going to level criticism at Ronan
100.
so far today, it's that he has allowed his opponents that 1 or 2 shots that maybe they could have been avoided.
100.
I get the sense Ronan's a very astute player, that I think he understands what's happening and what goes on around him.
100.
I think we saw it last time he was here, where on debut he got off to a really good start, but it felt like as the week was going along, he was getting better and better and better. I just wonder whether that's going to be the case here. And if it is the case from here, then
Ronan, you
he's going
require
to take some
101.
beating.
Not many people make the final match in their debut week. He did. He's just trying to figure out what he's got left here. 74 left. And that's worked out really well.
69.
.32 left after 5 visits to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
94.
Last leg decider,
Ronan, you
which Chu will
require
have the
32.
darts in, and it looks like he's going to have to make best use of it. Haven't seen a 4-3 yet today.
Game
But we
shot
have
sixth
now.
leg, Ronan McDonagh.
Don't underestimate just how good that third dart was. That was a corker.
7th and final leg is Peter to throw first.
Do you
Game
subscribe
on.
to a hug before the last leg of a game mantra?
No.
I didn't think you would.
100.
End of the game. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, Ronan McDonagh gave Sam Spivey a great big bear hug after
44.
he lost out to him in the final. I'm not sure Sam really appreciated that too much.
Yeah, Sam's more of an understated kind of guy. But some players who come here, they bring out the hug in
55.
you, don't they? And Peter's like that.
140.
There are some people you find in the practice room, they have this incredible effect on the entire group. I think Hilton Klein had that.
I'll tell you another man later on this week that'll have that effect. Martin Thomas. You cannot physically be in a room
140.
with Martin Thomas and not smile. It's impossible.
Fair point.
59. $85.
It is a chance to win. Is he going to need to go for the bullseye effort? It is very much up for
Peter, you
debate.
require 121.
He does have a few strings to his bow.
$55.
That was the Luke Littler
Ronan,
way
you
of doing
require
it.
158.
He was trying to leave double 15.
Well, McDonagh's not going to take out the 158.
96.
Wachiuri back for
Peter, you
66 to get the
require
job done.
66.
And for Ronan McDonagh, another game which he averages in excess of 90, which could well end in defeat.
30.
It does a go.
Ronan,
And
you
Ronan's
require
got an
62.
opportunity to pick up his first win. And you'd say the way he's been playing today, an overdue first win of the day. It's going to be one dart in his hand at double 16.
30.
And one dart at double 16 has come and gone.
Peter, you require 36.
3 from 8 for Peter on the doubles. He would take 4 from anything. Four he will not get, and McDonagh was
28.
static
Ronan, you require
until that
32.
single 9 was hit. Now he can't wait to move.
So he knows this is an opportunity to pounce.
No score.
Well, they are clipped close to the wire, but neither can find a way through. And so
Peter,
Peter
you
Wachiuri gets a
require 8.
third chance to win this game.
Wachiuri's smiling already. It's like he knows he's going to hit this.
Game shot.
He was right.
And the match, Peter Wachiuri.
Well, a mix of emotions on the stage as the king is smiling right now. And obviously he wants to give Ronan a hug, but he doesn't want to take one. 2 wins from 3 games for the Kenyan. Maybe a little bit late to the party this morning, but he's starting to play properly now. 4 legs to 3 gets him onto 4 points with Duff and Manby.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are live on Pluto TV and it is lights out and away we throw on this Monday morning. Before the break, we saw Wachiuri get the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 3. That means Ronan and even Springpool Poulsen haven't picked up a point, but it's a perfect day so far for Adam Gavlas. 3 wins from 3. His best performance coming in the last round, average 101.9 and a 4-0 win against Charlie Manby. And in terms of the table, this is how it looked. Gavlas on top, 3 games played, 3 wins for him. Duff and Charlie Manby alongside Wachiuri all on 4 points wise. Work to do for even Poulsen and Ronan McDonagh in the final couple of games of their day. So it's Poulsen next to the hockey. He takes on Charlie Manby. Opportunity for the man from Huddersfield to move on to 6 points in this group. And I think if he can get 8 points out of the day, which is very much a realistic proposition for Charlie. Poulsen here, Wachiuri in the last. He'll be very, very satisfied with the day's action. Whilst for Ivan, well, you just get the sense that he's looking to get a win no matter how it comes. Bottom of the table, or joint bottom of the table at least anyway, without a point to his name. And in terms of performance levels as well, if the truth be told, work for him to do in that particular department.
First leg, it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Just remember, this was the position that someone found themselves in 2 weeks ago.
100.
Lost their first 3, but would then still win Group A. But we are talking about different levels of performance.
45.
Springbok Poulsen is playing to type. He needs to find another level.
140.
And he'll need it just to get into Group B, never mind winning the group. Because Gavlas is on a different planet.
100.
Well, so far today, he's playing to a world-class level. Particularly in the previous 2, averages of 98 and 101 back-to-back.
140.
But what Ivan has shown today is he can play in spells, he can play in bursts, but he hasn't been able to do it on an all-too consistent basis
80.
thus far.
Ivan,
but he's got off to a quick start here against Charlie Manby, who was constricted like a snake in that previous game. Now, is he going to go for the ball? He's got plenty of time on his side.
77.
Well, that's going to frustrate him. You can see the funny side of it now. He had the choice of
96.
going for the ball or the big single, and he misses the big
44.
single.
Well, that's a 14
Game
darter.
shot in the
Just
first
about
leg.
squeezes
Ivan
into the
Springbok
corner of the
Poulsen.
tops. Both here with the referee, George Baker, had to have a second inspection, but Poulsen won up.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Seems all so simple, doesn't it, getting a 14 darter like that? The trick is trying to repeat it.
57.
Well, he's got the best leg of the day, 11 darter in his match against Wachiuri.
85.
What I like about having players like Charlie play the full week is we saw glimpses when he played in Group C and then on the
140.
Saturday. But because we're going to watch him under the microscope for a fair few days, we're going to learn so much about him over the course of this
95.
week.
He's going to learn a lot about himself.
140.
It's not just turn up, play 5 games, see what happens and leave. Even though some players, I'm sure, would approach it like
54. Charlie, you require 164.
It's turn up, prepare, see how you feel during the day. And if there are some weak moments,
94.
you have an opportunity to ready yourself better for the next day.
140. Charlie, you require 70.
Lovely. Double 8.
54.
I think he would
Ivan, you
have
require
been
127.
served better if he'd gone left on the hockey there to shoot it over the top. And Poulsen doesn't have the luxury of going for the bullseye this
55.
time.
Charlie, you require
So
16.
2 8s for parity.
Game shot in the
Level
second
we are.
leg. Charlie
14
Manby.
darter, Poulsen cancelled out by a 16 darter Manby, and level we are 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Busy week in the World of Darts Challenge. Sorry, Pro Tour action. Getting carried away myself. Back tomorrow.
45.
Players Championship 17, 18 and 19
taking place at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester before qualifiers for
85.
European Tours number 9 and 10 take place on Friday. And there will be a
85.
number of Super Series players that will be represented in the action, because there is a number of players deciding to
99.
give this particular set of Pro Tours a miss. So the players that have
66.
withdrawn Rob Cross, Luke Humphreys, Luke Littler, Michel Toretta, Jules Van Tong, and Michael Van Gerwen and Tim Volters, which means that
140.
former champ Darius Labanauskas, Stefan Belmont, Ted Evans, Mervyn King, Jack Treadle, Carl Sneed and Danny Van Tripe get the call-ups.
58.
I think a lot of those absentees maybe something to do with New York, which is next week. But there are some very, very
59.
important European Tour qualifiers this week. One is for the Baltic Sea Darts Open, which is not far away, and the other one is for Antwerp
25.
at the end of August.
Charlie, you require 118.
Very important for particularly the players that are in the round the race for the World Grand Prix in October, as Manby looks at tops of the 118.
78.
Just above the wire, but he has got time on his side.
$98. Charlie, you require 40.
Double 10's been good to him today.
Game shot in the
He
third
doesn't
leg.
mind missing
Charlie
it
Manby.
when he can hit double 5 straight after.
Steady and
Full
assured
leg,
thus
it's
far
Charlie
for
to throw
Charlie
first.
Manby. And
Game
steady
up.
and assured is probably the level that he can play at to get the beating of Poulsen in this one.
You know how you like to do a tungsten
100.
teaser every week? Well, welcome to this section of the programme where we detail which tournament is taking place in Hungary this week
140.
and how they seem to name them. This really does need a regular segment, this. It's getting a little bit ridiculous.
60.
They've run out of names for tournaments, so now they've named it after the river. The Danube Classic.
100.
Bravo, Hungary. You really do what it says on the tin.
58.
I can't wait for we've run out of names for tournaments, so we're just going to call it this Open. That's like calling this
60.
tournament the London Road Classic because we're in London Road.
Exactly.
80 scored. 140.
Their tournament should be sponsored by a very well-known brand of varnish.
Well, Manby looking at
96.
143 to
Charlie, you require
open up a
143.
two-leg lead. Got the break in the previous leg. Looking to back it up here, not to be on this occasion. And so Poulsen back for 105 to make it on as even.
83. Ivan, you require 105.
Double 16.
Game shot in the
Impressive.
fourth leg. Ivan Springboard.
Great, great shot and much needed to stay in this game. Manby's
Fifth
probably
leg is
starting to
Ivan to
think,
throw
why
first.
is everybody
Game up.
starting to play well against me now?
Well, everything that's seen when he came to Reeds in the first couple of games is just beginning to become that little bit harder. He won his
53.
first 6 legs of outward play today. 4-0 win against Ronan McDonagh. Went 2-0 up against Neil Duff.
140.
The level hasn't dropped dramatically. By a few points, yes, but not a dramatic drop. But it's been a drop in level enough that has allowed opponents
100.
opportunities. Admittedly, the game against Gavlas, 101 average, not too much really he could have done about that one. But he has given Even Poulsen 2
100.
opportunities at a double, and to Even's credit, he has taken both of them.
100.
We can't skip the fact that the cherry bomb was happening in Florida over the weekend. What a great name for a
131.
tournament, the cherry bomb. Sounds like chewing gum, doesn't it? But there were really important events happening
60.
in
Charlie, you
Oceania
require
this weekend. We'll give you the
130.
winners after this. Should be a 12 here. Don't risk the 20.
98.
You see, they just don't mind the risk, these young lads.
44. Charlie,
Well,
you
the way that
require
he's been hitting top
32.
state doesn't surprise me that he wanted to persevere for the 32.
He strikes me as the kind of kid that he would try and sneak his own sweets into the cinema.
16.
Just for
Ivan,
the
you
risk
require
factor.
144.
I think there's been enough risk in this leg. It's time to get it finished, Charlie.
83.
Otherwise,
Charlie, you require
Springbok
16.
Poulsen can take the sweets out of your pocket.
We're looking to find himself in a sweet spot in this match.
Game shot the
3-2
fifth
up,
egg.
and what a
Charlie
dart that
Manby.
was.
That was seriously good. Blocked it twice. I thought the
Sixth
only
leg
way
is
he could
Charlie
hit
to
that would be
throw
right
first.
under the
Game
double
up.
11. Yeah, we did have some winners in Oceania over the weekend. The New Zealand Open was happening.
100.
That was won by Johnny Tata. Or as we call him, Johnny Goodbye.
123.
And of course, the women's event was won by our friend Nicole Regnault, who is a fabulous young player. In Australia,
100.
they had DPA events in Albury, which is just over the Victorian border into New South Wales, right next to the wonderfully named town of Wodonga.
30.
It's a corker. 2 wins for Brodie Kling and 1 for our good pal GG Mothers.
60.
Well played, GG. And Brodie.
Yeah, do miss our good pal GG. Now,
59.
when he was in the UK with a tour card, he wasn't based too far from here, and I don't think he'll mind me saying this in between tournaments and that, just to
100.
pass the time by to make an extra few quid. He would come down here and do some work behind the scenes, such as being a spotter for us. It was great company, was GG. Hope you're well, pal.
140.
Yeah, and every time he would walk past
Charlie
this place,
requires
he used to say to
61.
people, I built that. Because he did. Tops.
21. Ivan, you require 149.
When we say this place was built by players for players, we mean it.
Well, Manby will return 3 more in hand
60.
to the 4-2
Charlie,
win. It'll be his
require
third win of the
40.
day, and it'll put him in very good stead in this Group A. Double 10. Wraps it
shot.
up.
And
He's
the
been
match,
good on that
Charlie
target
Manby.
today, even if Tops hasn't correlated for him. And for Charlie Manby, that's a 3rd win from 4. He's looking in very good shape in this Group A, and he'll take on Peter Wachiuri in match 14 to move on to 8 points. For even Springboard Poulsen, it's a 4th consecutive defeat for him. This the tail of the tape. Manby a 4-2 winner with an average just under 86.5, 4 from 16 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, McDonagh takes on Duff. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! So the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions takes place next Sunday afternoon, live from 1 o'clock here, exclusively live and free on Pluto TV. That the lineup of players we're going to see: Raymond van Barneveld, the 12th invitee, alongside the defending champion Richie Howson. Ross Montgomery, of course, the winner of the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet in February. Tickets are still available for that. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. There's tickets available, and they're for both of the sessions. There is general admission tickets, and there is a VIP package also available, which will give you a VIP Q&A with some legends of the sport. You'll get your photo taken with the trophy, and you'll get other bonuses as well. So do join us for the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions. It's live and for free here on Pluto TV. And as if we've pre-planned this perfectly, one of the players involved in that is Neil Duff, and he's going to be involved in our 11th match of the session. He takes on Ronan McDonagh. Neil's still looking for that first World Seniors title, at least on the televised stages anyway. He's come close in some of the other major tournaments, but who knows? His lucky venue of the Live Lounge in Poulsen could well be the one which sees him break that particular duck. We'll delve you through some of the names competing in that and some of the ins and outs of it throughout the course of this match against Ronan McDonagh, who is still searching for that first win of the day. But I have to say, so far, Nick, I don't know whether you'd agree or disagree with this, but
100.
Neil really is beginning to find his touch, isn't he, on this Monday?
Yeah, nice to see. I was really interested to see that he changed his darts recently to these ones.
100.
And Neil's not the kind of person who would do something flippantly like that. He's done it for good reason. He's found something.
100.
But even when you find the feel with a new barrel, you still need to put them into play under pressure, and he's doing that here this week.
80.
Because there have been times where he's thrown two different sets throughout the course of a week, and he was confused. If he plays
30.
19 games, 23 games, 27 games, or something like that throughout the course of the week, and he uses these barrels the entire time, it tells us something.
95.
These are what he wants moving forward.
$83.
If you're able to give Ronan McDonagh a little bit of a timeout team talk, what would you be saying to him right now?
Be patient.
97.
Easy to say that the world is against me. Why is everybody playing so well against me? Why me?
60.
Well,
Neil, you
take it as a
require
compliment.
129.
You keep doing what you do, and then just wait, because your time will come. Double 18 will come,
111.
but it won't be
Ronan,
found.
you require 128.
Well, McDonagh looking at 128 here. not to be on this particular occasion, and so Duff back for double 9 to
44.
get an opening leg
Neil,
break.
you require 18.
Every dart player
Ronan, you
on
require
earth
84.
gets angered by that situation.
Be even more annoyed if McDonagh takes out this double 6, in
Game
which he
shot in the
does.
first leg, Ronan McDonagh.
He finds himself in front, and if memory serves me right, it's the first time he's taken the lead in a game.
Second
As
leg
him and
is
Neil
Neil
does
to
see the
throw
funny side
first.
of it.
Game up.
It's like a role reversal. I love the way that Neil played that. That was perfect.
100.
I get the feeling that in the practice room, McDonagh's been saying, you guys, you're hitting everything against me.
140.
I think Duff's just had something to say about it. Now the ledger is very close to even, Ronan.
100.
I get the sense these two may have had a decent time in one another's company today, because you could just see the way, even before the game started, that they're having a good chat before the game got started. I get the sense that these two have found a little bit of a bond in that practice room. Neil turned up this morning. I was across the street when he walked into the venue. He was alongside Adam Gavlas. I believe they're sharing accommodation with one another this week.
60.
Doesn't matter where you play, you want to have someone in that practice room you can bounce off, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Too many times in this
41.
individual sport do you find yourself in competitive practice rooms where it's soulless. Everyone's got their earplugs in. Everybody's
60.
focused on the same
Neil, you
goal.
require 160.
Every now and again, you just need a little bit of levity.
And it's also practice. You look at the 6 players in here.
100.
Let's be honest,
Ronan,
it's
you
probably a
require
group of 6 people that probably don't mix in the same circles all the time. So there's going to be a lot of people that you're
29.
probably meeting for a
Neil,
first
you
time
require
here.
60.
And so there's a lot of ice breaking.
$50. Ronan, you
Ronan
require
sees the door
135.
ajar. He'd like 85 more. He's done a very good job there. That's a very good visit. But it might just be a little bit too late.
Game shot in the second leg.
As
Neil
proven
Duff.
by that double 5. And just to prove your point, Henry, 6 players in Group A, 6 different countries.
Third leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game up.
Albeit 2 from the same island.
59.
Well, it's half a chance that we could see both of these players back at the Global Championship come the end of the year. Ronan has qualified twice through the Vault Series on the ADC
140.
circuit, and I'm sure that as we head towards the second half of the ADC Irish Championship Tour season, he'll be looking to get some results that will
93.
get himself into a provisional qualifying spot. Now, as things stand, the 3 players from Ireland that will play at the Global Championship, if the cut-off is
45.
now, would be John O'Shea, Aidan O'Hara, and Niall Cullerton. Not seen Niall here for a while.
92.
Although there is a Irish belt match to take place. Now, John O'Shea is the holder of that belt, but if he loses his next match, or if certain things happen in those belt games, he could get
140.
superseded, but then he'll qualify for the championship tour. I have actually had a text from John O'Shea today. Our previous conversation about Challenge Tour Champions
125.
Week. John O'Shea has already said he's going to give that Challenge Tour a miss. He is going to be here no matter what.
Fair play, John. Looking forward to seeing you in August.
136. Ronan, you require
McDonagh couldn't take out the
132.
135. And he's not going to take out 132 either.
117.
That's 2
Neil, you require 40.
bullseyes that he's hit. An absolute rip-roarers. Double top. Take it to the bank, Neil.
20.
The bank was shut.
Ronan, you require
Well, the things that are
15.
transpiring against Ronan McDonagh earlier on today are just beginning to fall for him now. But he has to take advantage of these opportunities. He
third
finds the
leg,
double
Ronan
two, he moves 2
McDonagh.
and up, and he throws his arm up in the air by way of apology. I'm not sure Neil Duff was much plussed about that.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw
I
first.
said that
Game
Neil
on.
should take it to the bank, and McDonagh's put his hands up and said, "Don't shoot."
Incidentally, just having a look at John O'Shea, actually, he could cause a little bit of
114.
chaos in terms of the Global Championship, because if he wins the series, if he wins at Champions Week, then a 4th spot presumably will go to an Irish
93.
player, because the series champions get an automatic invitation into the Global Championship. So Jensen Walker is guaranteed to be here come the end of the year. So John O'Shea's spot, you'd
85.
imagine, would probably be vacated and then given to another player off of the Irish rankings, you'd think.
Think about it this way. If you win a series like
45.
Jensen has, he's already planned for what he's going to do in early December. So he can actually plan between now and the end of November with a great deal of freedom. If you win this series,
45.
which will be the middle of August, that gives you September, October and November to prepare. That is a lot of good prep time. Whoever was to win Series 12
95.
wouldn't have a great deal of time before the ADC Global Championship. So, failing all else, just win this series. And that way you can plan just a little bit further
96.
ahead.
And of course, that spot could then still be vacated, because if the winner of a series qualifies for Rally Valley for a certain position, then they'd have to
98.
withdraw
Neil,
their
you
place,
require 135.
because the two competitions overlap with one another.
Yes, good point.
63.
Like I mentioned,
Ronan, you
McDonagh's had a
require
couple of
170.
perler bullseyes. This time, he doesn't need
96.
one.
Neil, you require 72.
This is a great game, which could twist and turn right here.
Game shot in the 4th leg. Neil
Well,
Duff.
there's another twist, and we're back level at 2 apiece. No separating these two.
5th
4
leg,
legs,
it's Ronan
4
to throw
holds.
first. Game on.
Now, you mentioned on this darting day.
100.
Would you like some facts about on this day, June the 16th?
It's the day before Pittsburgh Steelers tickets go on sale for Croke Park.
180.
I know you are very much looking forward to that as Neil Duff piles in the game's first match.
Can you imagine what that would be like? 80,000
96.
people in Dublin to watch the Steelers against the Vikings. Oh, my word.
But what's Neil Duff about to do here? Slam on into the single 5. That's what he's about to do.
125.
Anyway, June the 16th, famous day in history, particularly for an England football fan, because at Euro 2016, Daniel Sturridge scored that goal in the
100.
last minute against Wales in a 2-1 victory. The film Psycho was released on this day in 1960. And Enoch Powell was born on this day in 1912.
100.
Famous politician.
Oh, I thought you'd know that. You like your politics, don't you?
140. Neil, you require 96.
Less politics, more doubles. Neil didn't get the memo and he
39.
threw that
Ronan,
one
you
away.
require 65.
Has he just burned a dart?
$61.
Well, now it actually makes a
Neil, you
difference
require
because Duff can
57.
only get 2 darts at double.
Is this the turning point of the contest?
Game
Because
shot in the
Duff
5th
gets
leg.
the
Neil
break
Duff.
and now has the darts to win it.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
I've got a great idea. You know we have our special weeks. We've got another women's week next week.
140.
I think we need to have a week where dart players must wear
41.
one of their retro dart shirts. Because people love a retro football shirt, right? You go to England football games these days and everybody's adorned in Euro 96
100.
kits and Italia 90 shirts. We can have Neil Duff back here and he's got to wear the shirt that he wore at the 2019 World
40.
Masters. That was a belter of a shirt.
I'm not sure the copyright makers at Fox will be too happy, mind.
41.
I'll call Rupert and I'll make it okay for the week.
Tell you what, I was in Newcastle last week.
125.
And I tell you what, some of the retro shirts. Oh, the Newcastle brown ale shirt. Now that is a classic, that one.
Yeah, the fit was terrible.
95.
Although I tell you what, the Wonga.com shirts are a little bit understated.
Yeah, they were a bit more understated when Papa Cisse was playing.
45.
Oh, him and
Neil,
Denver
you require
bar.
125.
There's the 25 gone.
45.
He's in a good position to win this game and put McDonagh on the skewer.
140.
But you can tell
Neil,
that
you
the
require
frustration's
80.
really beginning to boil over for Ronan. Neil Duff now looking at 80 for a 4-2 win. But slip with dart 1 means that you need to find a trouble with dart 2. That's exactly what he does. It's double
Game
11.
shot, and the
And it's a
match, Neil
4-2
Duff.
win for Neil Duff. And it's another tidy display from the Duff man. Average of 88.5. 4 from 12 when it came to his doubling. And for him, this is the remnants of a very good day because it's 6 points now on the board for him. For Ronan McDonagh, he hasn't played badly. I feel like we're saying a bit like a broken record, but he's still to pick up that first win. Next up, Adam Gavlas looking for 4 wins from 4 against Peter Wachiuri.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It looks resplendent on this Monday morning for the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of McDonagh by 4 legs to 2. That's his 3rd win from 4 matches on this Monday morning. But Adam Gavlas is looking for 4 from 4. Por favor. He takes on Wachiuri in this, the final game from the 4th cycle of fixtures. So win here for Adam. He'll have the chance against Neil Duff to complete the card in the opening day's worth of play. And that could well be a vital head-to-head between the pair, Gavlas and Duff. Because they're playing game 15 today and game 1 tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how that head-to-head pans out. And Adam today won his first game. Missed a few darts in a double. But the last couple of performances, well, they've been proper, haven't they?
Maybe over the last couple of years, the output, the talent of Gavlas has been somewhat enigmatic.
100.
What today has proven is that he is able to put performances together, and maybe this is the kind of vehicle that would allow him to rediscover a bit of consistency.
125.
One thing we're starting to see with Peter is that he's desperately hunting this maximum. He hasn't got one yet today.
59.
I wonder if we'll see the little mini celebration we saw from him last time.
The guns.
Yeah, Tommy Morris is looking for trademarks on that. Do you see his walk on at Weymouth at the weekend? He played in a Modus exhibition. He's got some moves. There it is. There's the Wachiuri Max. And you could see he loved every single second of it.
The thing that's good about it is that Gavlas can't leave a finish no matter what he does.
180.
No celebration.
Fair to say that these are two polarising characters in terms of the way that they play the game. Peter Wachiuri will give you every single emotion in the book.
100.
Adam Gavlas will give nothing away.
You might be right. He might not give anything away today. Oh, look at this. Relentless. The best you can do
130.
from 3-4-2
Peter, you require 96.
is to take it out in 7 darts.
Can he find a way over the top? Yes, he can. That first dart was really inviting for Peter.
80.
But he's passed by the
Adam, you
invitation
require
to break up
32.
the opening leg. The only thing Peter Wachiuri may have done wrong here is miss a dart at double after 12 darts.
$28.
He makes a mistake.
Peter, you require 16.
I didn't expect him to miss that one. I don't think Peter expected it either. He's got to take advantage of this.
Game shot.
He does
the
a very
first
good
leg.
job.
Peter Wachiuri.
Last started him. And that was kind of the problem, wasn't it, against Neil Duff? He was given opportunities in
Second
that
leg,
game
it's Peter to throw
against
first.
the Duff man, but
Game
missed
up.
10 at a double. And at this level, they're the sorts of mistakes that will be emphatically punished upon.
$60.
You know, earlier on I was talking about how Kenya's got this rich history of track and field. Czechia's got that too. Remember about the time where
100.
Kenya were really starting to flex their muscle in Olympic sports, late 80s, early 90s? Czechia had one of the greatest
100.
field athletes ever in Jan Železný. He used to go toe-to-toe with Steve Backley. That's when watching the javelin was a must. Backley versus Železný.
60.
They were the days.
A see Duplantis broke the world record for 12th time at the weekend.
Again. He's rather good with a pull.
Mind you, it's one of them sports,
100.
one of those disciplines where you can dictate the record being broken, and I'd hate to be a shoe manufacturer as a result of it. It's not like the 100 metres where you're racing against others. You can actually set your own standards and quite literally set your own bar.
100.
And Adam Gavlas is raising the bar for everybody else to follow him. And to Peter Wachiuri's credit in this game, he's doing exactly that. Both players averaging 95, although Wachiuri now heading towards the ton range. He finds his second 180 of the match.
To be fair to Peter, he needed to lift his level. He's doing it. We're starting to find something out about Wachiuri here, is that there's another level.
100.
And every time
Peter, you require 61.
he hits a maximum, Gavlas hits back.
This is good. This is a proper
57.
game, but Wachiuri has missed an
Adam, you require
opportunity to
61.
open up a 2-0 lead. Is Gavlas going to break back? Double 18 says yes.
$43.
He's made errors.
Peter, you require 4.
5 darts at double. He's missed them all. And Wachiuri's back on double 2.
Now to the madhouse. Now that's awkward for him.
No score.
And that's why it drops low with the
Adam,
last
you
dart. So
require
Gavlas back
18.
for double 9 to square this game back up.
You can't miss chances like that. Double 4 this time for Adam. And he
Game
can
shot,
Adam and
second
Eve it.
leg, Adam Gavlas.
And we are back on terms, one piece.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Looking a bit more streamlined these days is Adam. Used to have quite a flamboyant hairstyle. Now he's gone full crew cut. Look on the bright side.
59.
Takes you less time to get ready in the morning.
And be thankful for having hair.
This is the point where George Baker just flicks it over his shoulder and says, because I'm worth it.
59.
A la David Beckham in the early noughties. Mind you, talking about hairstyles,
100.
there's nobody with a greater hairstyle at the Super Series than Danny Jansen. Le Molette.
Apparently Danny's from France. When he's actually from the Netherlands.
81.
But you're right. He does look like Dalton from Roadhouse, which is a great statement. We haven't seen Danny in a while.
We will see Danny before too long because he's back in the UK for a little bit. Lives these days in the United States with his partner and his
140.
young child.
That makes so much sense to me. Why be the man with the best mullet in Europe when you can live on a continent full of them?
95.
One of the coolest people to spend time with is Danny Jansen.
He's just a lovely guy.
Really is. Last time he played here was back in October, and his idea of downtime was going to watch a Conference South game between Farnborough and Truro City.
105.
That's niche. That 97 could be nice. Don't stay up there. Oh,
96.
He's got away with it.
Adam, you require 97.
Fake it till you make it, Peter. Gavlas looking at 97 to open up a 2-1 lead. Triple 18. Would have given himself a dart at double 12. Wachiuri's missed the bullseye for the big fish already today. Can he
77.
take it out this
Peter,
time?
you require 170.
Gavlas was thinking double-double initially. Hold the phone. Now you can take the call.
98. Adam, you require 20.
Two tens for 2-1 lead. And to take the lead for the first time in this contest. Beautiful guide. Surely an in-off here.
Game
Exactly what happened.
Adam Gavlas.
A flick of the flight, and Gavlas is in front for the first time in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
For the first time in a few years, maybe Adam is playing today with a little bit of ignorance. I mean that in the best possible way.
44.
Because when you play a new format, subconsciously, you don't put yourself under too much pressure saying to yourself, well, this is my first attempt. I'm expected to fail. It's a bit like a steel tip dart player going to his first soft tip tournament.
85.
And he knows about the format of round robin darts because he has played at the Grand Slam a couple of times. Not to the greatest success, if the truth be told, but
19.
he knows exactly what it's all about. This is not completely alien to him.
He hasn't been a massive winner in his career to date. But I still believe the best darts are ahead of him. Technically, he's very sound.
99.
His darting idol is Gary Anderson. And let's face it, a lot of people can say that. But maybe leave Gary alone this week after being beaten 8-0 at the World Cup.
96.
Well, I just wonder whether Adam Gavlas could possibly follow a trend. The likes of Bradley Brooks have trodden down in this particular building, probably in a bit of a rebuild phase of their career, begin to have success in this building, and that just then helps them maybe when it comes to Q School in terms of getting a card back.
140.
What's to say he goes back to Q School? He might like this level. Some people have said that.
Well, Neil Duff's a great example of it. Loves playing gear, loves playing his
85.
WDF stuff, loves playing the seniors. He's found his happy home within the sport.
And if Adam wants to play in Hungary every week, he can go and play in some very well-named tournaments.
He could play in the Starter Season Classic and the End of Season Open.
137.
I can't wait to see what they've got up their sleeve for this summer.
The Summer Invitational Trophy. Anyway, Gavlas is left tops after 12 for the break and a 3-1 lead. And if he gets it, he'll have
Adam,
the
you
darts in the
require
next to round the
40.
job off.
Double 10.
Game
Yeah,
shot
very
the fourth
good. Always
leg,
like to
Adam
see somebody
Gavlas.
hitting the top 25% of double 10. It's the right place to aim.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
I'm going to lay down the
Game
gauntlet,
on.
actually, to the Hungarians. I dare them to have a tournament next month called the This Is Not the World Match Play Open.
I tell you what, one thing we don't have
100.
here yet is a special suite that's got like a name truly attached to it or something like that.
A trophy that has...
That has a name attached to it.
96.
So we could pay homage to someone.
Yeah.
Like the George Noble Trophy, who recently announced his retirement from PDC refereeing at the end of the season after a career of over 3 decades. And Peter Wachiuri at the minute is
57.
just taking it easy like Del Boy. He's cutting a full Wes Newton against Justin Pipe from years ago.
140.
Let's see if he does it again. Take it easy, Rodney. Take it easy. That is a meme and a half, that one. This guy's got different levels of cool.
140.
I'm glad that table's nailed down. Otherwise, we'd get £250 from you being framed.
140.
Well, Peter Wachiuri got away with that by hitting the second treble there, because if that went underneath or above, then he would have left himself on a bogey. Gavlas, 204 points away from victory.
This is going to catch on, this, you know. This could be the moment of the series.
125. PT
Conan Whitehead
require
stared down the lens and everybody
125.
wanted to do that. Now everybody wants to lean on the table.
Well, not to be for Wachiuri, and so Gavlas has an
75.
opportunity to
Adam,
finish
you
the
require
job off.
79.
79 points away from a 4th consecutive win. And it would mean that the worst case scenario for him overnight would be 8 points. Again, averaging way in excess of 90, just under 95 at this present moment in time. And he's got 2 darts in his hand, a double 11 to round it off with a 14 darter. It's another really good display from Adam Gavlas, who is playing some tremendous stuff. He's 4 wins out of 4, and it feels like he's hardly broken sweat yet. A lot of love and respect between that pair, but it's Adam Gavlas who takes the spoils. And this is how he did it. Average just under 95, 4 from 13 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, it's the bottom 2. Ronald McDonagh against Ivan Springboard Poulsen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final round's worth of play on this Monday. Before the break, Adam Gavlas got the better of Peter Wachiuri by 4 legs to 1. That's 4 wins from 4 now for the Czech ace, who's got checkmate over everybody else in the group at this present moment in time. He's playing like a dream, is Gavlas, but Neil Duff is close behind him, and Neil's who he's got to play in his final game of the day. Manby also an interested party on 6 points. He plays Peter Wachiuri in match 14. There is a potential scenario where 3 players finish up on 8 points at the end of the opening day's worth of play. For Ronan McDonagh and Evan Poulsen, it's about getting points on the board in match 13 of the session. Neither yet to win a match, both -9 in terms of their legs difference. And I can imagine 2 players that are rather frustrated figures at this particular moment in time. In particular, Ronan McDonagh, who, in terms of his scoring, there's absolutely nothing to complain about in that particular department whatsoever. But the glaring problem for him has been missing darts at a double and missing opportunities, and particularly in that game against Peter Wachiuri, where he missed 13 at a double. But you get the sense the way that he's played in comparison to the way that Evan Poulsen has played on this Monday, he should, and I say the word should, have just a little bit too much in those scoring stakes.
97.
I know exactly what you're getting at, Henry. Because the levels that we've seen from McDonagh have been higher in defeat than that of Springbok
60.
Poulsen.
$100.
We're going to go down this rabbit hole now because we can. Where is Danish darts at now? Because if we can be frank,
60.
there have been some good hits in the right direction in the last 3 years, with Vladimir Anderson getting a tour card,
140.
Benjamin Royce getting a tour card. They haven't had a European Tour event
95.
since
Ronan,
2019,
you require 164.
but they are now the home of the Nordic Darts Masters.
98.
But as a country, where are they? They are still, in my opinion, looking for that one talent that can shine like a Max
95.
Hopper or a
Ronan,
Martin
you require
Schindler.
66.
Someone who can really kick on.
30.
McDonagh is really upping the pace here. That was a really fast attempt at a 15-darter.
You get the sense
44. Ronan, you require 36.
that he is boiling emotionally and he's looking to take it out on Springbok Poulsen. Well,
No
he's hoping
score.
that that's a little
Ivan, you
hiccup
require
that's not going to cause too
147.
many problems. It's going to come back for double 18 to
78. Ronan,
take the
you
opening
require
leg.
36.
Now the doubles are a
28.
problem. 7 from
Ivan, you require
36 for the
69.
day. Double top.
29.
McDonagh thought that was
Ronan,
going to
you
go, and I
require
have to
8.
agree with him. I thought that was going to be popped.
Game shot.
That one has been.
Ronan McDonagh.
And he gives himself the old ironic applause. That's a little step up from the ironic thumbs up.
Second leg, it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
That's one of those rounds of applause that you would find at
100.
a 16th century symphony. Oh, there's a lovely, lovely rendition of the violin concerto. Wonderful. Yes.
54.
That's somehow worse than Bruce Grobbelaar.
It's really not.
140.
We're never going to let you live that down. You made a football boo-boo, Henry.
Well, everyone's had
96.
one mistake in their lives.
It's like Kirk Bevan's getting a train wrong.
85.
But I suppose it happens. I'm sure you'll rectify it with some mindless fact about
125.
8th tier football later in the week.
Now you said it, that will be a challenge I am up to the task of. Such as when
100.
Warrington Town got the better of Exeter City 1-0 in the FA Cup in November 2014. It was Robbie Savage's commentary
100.
debut.
Ivan, you require 76.
Google it if you want.
I don't need to. Poulsen needs to hit this.
36.
He runs the
Ronan, you
risk of
require
2-0 down.
126.
This is difficult. Can he find that 57? Beautiful dart.
93.
That would have cheered him up
Ivan, you
no
require
end, a checkout
40.
like that.
Double 10. Now double 5. And doesn't look too comfortable here, does Springborg?
35. Ronan, you require
And
33.
there's a chance for Ronan to go 2 up. Double 12. Is the flight of the single 9 in the way?
Ivan, you require 5.
I don't think it made any difference. He's got very little confidence on the outer ring.
No
The
score.
flight was definitely in the
Ronan,
way
you
of that
require
double 1 though
24.
for the Dane. How many darts is this young man going to need to win
Game,
this
shot the
game?
second leg.
He's
Ronan
already
McDonagh.
thrown 13 darts at a double and hit 2. So by virtue of what we've seen in the first 2 legs, he
Third
might
leg
need
is
as many
Ronan
as
to throw
26 to 30.
Game on. $62.
Just a little bit too invested here. He's feeling a little bit intrinsic.
60.
He's not feeling great, which means he's not performing great. But he's still winning.
125.
Is this one of these things that the more he gets involved in these situations, the more experienced he becomes, the better he deals with it?
I would like to think so.
60.
There are times where you go down a bit of a slippery slope and you're constantly saying to yourself
134.
that the emotions are carrying you across the line. But you have to find out what kind of player you want to be.
40.
I'll give you a couple of examples. You can either be Nathan Aspinall or you can be Adam Gavlas. Gavlas, playing like a Terminator, no emotion.
60.
Or playing like Nathan Aspinall, where you're playing with pretty much every emotion possible. But they do have something in common.
100.
They know what works
Ronan,
for
you
them.
require 120.
Well, plenty of time here for Ronan, and for Even, it looks like the
32.
extremities of the day are just beginning to take its toll a little bit.
180.
But
Ronan, you
fair
require
play.
88.
Maxi there for Poulsen. The bullseye.
63.
That's not too far away. That
Ivan,
was a
you
well
require
thrown dart.
61.
Line was okay. Length just a bit above.
Double top.
Game
Oh, it's
shot
a
in the
great
third leg.
conversion
Ivan
from the Dane.
Springborg Poulsen.
The max to set up that 3-dart kill, and it happens
Fourth leg,
again
it's
to
Ivan
McDonagh.
to throw first. Game on.
He was miles ahead in that leg until the maximum.
60.
Do you know, I have not seen a more peculiar setup on this stage since our good friend from the Netherlands, who
140.
apparently goes to the same barber as Springborg Poulsen. You know, our friend from Urk.
Ah, yes, Mr. Brouwer.
140.
Best town in the Netherlands. Urk.
So good.
100.
That's what the seagulls keep saying.
Haven't seen Johan in a while.
Heard him.
83.
I think he was playing at the Dutch Darts Championship qualifier recently.
100.
Got himself a few wins, but it just goes to show that getting repeat invites to here is very, very difficult. And if you can't get an invite, you're going to have to qualify
94.
through the
Ronan,
ADC
you require
system.
161.
So 161 for Ronan to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead to re-establish a 2-leg gap.
43. Ivan, you require 124.
Poulsen 1-2-4. Treble 18 for the bull. Not to be, and so McDonagh still in 3-dart
81.
range here.
Ronan, you require 118.
Double 19.
99. Ivan, you require 43.
He's getting fewer shots because Springborg Poulsen is playing a little bit better here
Games
and
on
is
the
now
fourth leg.
equalised.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Is Ronan McDonagh in this place now where every single time he's going for a double, he's
Fifth leg is
hoping
Ronan
rather than
to throw
expecting?
first. Game on.
The answer is yes. And we've all been there.
100.
It's not a nice place to be. The best place to be is like Peter Wachiuri from earlier,
42.
when he was smiling before he hit the double, because you just know you're going to hit it.
123.
What points total do you think is going to win this group?
100.
I think it's going to be high scoring this week. I think it could be a 24-26 type week.
I'd have to agree with that.
94.
As to whether that would be Duff or Gavlas or possibly Manby. That's
100.
up for interpretation.
Well, there's a real danger that the bottom three could be put adrift of the top three very quickly in this group.
43.
And Gavlas, Duff and Manby could well all be playing out their own mini-league for top spot, whilst Wachiuri, Poulsen and McDonagh could well just be scrapping out for extra prize money ahead of a Group C campaign.
59. Ronan, you
We don't
require
need to make things even
141.
longer, Henry. We don't need the Modus Super Series, Series 11, Week 6, Monday, Mini League.
64 left.
As long as we get paid the overtime, Nico.
You're getting paid?
85. $100.
What is it somebody
Ronan, you
said in a
require
Jerry
56.
Bruckheimer film once? We gots to get paid.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Ronan McDonagh.
Somebody's just been paid.
Payback, potentially for Ronan McDonagh, who is
Big leg
still
is Ivan
trying
throw
to work
first.
out
Game up.
what has happened to him today.
$95.
You can't go onto the stage with a violin. Now, that sounds like a really strange thing to say.
100.
But you know how they say if you keep complaining, people will just rub their thumb and forefinger together and say, there's the world's smallest violin. If you're like that in
60.
darts, you'll find zero sympathy in the practice room. So you're better off leaving that
60.
attitude outside and just getting on with the job. This is a zero sympathy arena.
100.
That sounds like a sponsorship deal, doesn't it? Welcome, everybody, to the Zero Sympathy Arena for tonight's match between the Kansas City Chiefs and the
60.
Philadelphia Eagles.
$60.
Yeah, the less said about that matchup, the better. Especially to the Kansas City Chiefs fans.
81.
They don't like the Eagles right now. I'd
94.
like to know which sport Springbok Poulsen's behind apart from darts.
They're a big handball nation, aren't they, Denmark?
A little bit.
100. Ivan, you require
Good golfers.
92.
They've got a lot of good golfers at the minute. Got the Højgaard boys. They've had Thomas Bjorn.
52. Ronan, you
Victor
require
Hovland
100.
at the minute.
He's Norwegian. That's two.
60. Ivan, you require 40.
Everything happens in threes.
Game shot in the sixth
And
leg.
here we have
Ivan's
3-3.
Springboard Poulsen.
So everything does happen in threes until the next leg is won.
Seventh and final leg. It's Ronan to throw
Shall I
first.
just go
Game
home?
up.
You've had a good day today, haven't you?
Everyone's due a bad day at the office.
89.
This is my first one here in what, 3 years?
$123.
He didn't have a bad weekend at the office, did Victor? Nice upturn in form for the Valspar
80.
champion, but yeah, it wasn't to be a first major victory for Victor over the weekend at Oakmont. But he will be a threat at Port Rush
70.
next month. I wonder if McDonagh's into golf. He's very tall.
98.
He's the kind of person that if he wants to get measured for clubs, he'll have to get them extended. He's built a bit like Scotty Scheffler.
Whereas even
58.
Springboard Poulsen has the look of a man that would have played in or would have competed in strongman competitions.
45.
Or possibly bodybuilding at a slightly lesser weight.
I could see him pushing buses.
82.
I can't imagine running in at him at speed would be something funny. Looks like he's made of some pretty stern stuff.
99.
It wouldn't surprise me if Ronald was the type that played something like rugby as a younger man.
Not really up on Danish rugby.
Ronan, you require 90.
We're up on stuff like this.
Game chart.
Hallelujah!
Ronan McDonagh.
He's won a game! And he's hit a double at the first time of asking. 2 legs in a row as well. So he has something to cheer about as he leaves the stage. Ivan Springbok Poulsen does not get a win on Monday, and he was hovering around that all day, but McDonagh wins by 4 legs to 3. With an 80 average, it was good enough to get his first win of the day.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Super Series champion. It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
Yeah, plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge, of course. You can join us every single Saturday night for a Super Series finale. We'll have special events coming up later on in the month, and always with Phil Taylor. And then the WSD Champion of Champions on June the 29th. Just scan that QR code. You can't miss it. It's right in the middle of your screen, and it will take you to the landing page for those particular tickets. I'll tell you what, we'll give you an extra few seconds. You can scan it now. It will take you over to the landing page, and you will be able to join us on any given Saturday here at the Super Series. It does work because we've just tried it on our phones. So do head over to that QR code, and why don't you join us? And you never know, if you're lucky, you might get an autograph with the asset Paul Nicholson. I don't know what happened if you're unlucky, mind. Anyway, game 14 is a meeting between Peter Wachiuri and Charlie Manby. For Charlie, if he wins this one, it's 8 points to his name overnight, ahead of a meeting between Gavlas and Duff to end the day's action. For Peter Wachiuri, 2 wins, 2 defeats. He's looking to finish with a positive record for the day. For Charlie, started off superbly, had a couple of really good performances out the gate, but is it fair to say over the last couple he's just stalled a little bit, Nico?
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what makes you think I'm talking to you after what you just said about me. But yes, you're right. All things aside, yes, Charlie's just come down a peg. His
55.
First average of the day, 88.41, so he wasn't caught cold. He was out there playing steady stuff, winning 4-0 in his first game. After that, he went up a notch to 91.5.
140.
Since then, he's come off the top a little bit, 85 and 86, leaving himself a little bit more exposed, but it's still 3 wins from 4.
Well, we usually say on day one, don't we? 6
140.
points is kind of minimum requirement. You get that following the first day's play, you find yourself in the week. You find yourself in the swing of things. So that's exactly what Charlie Manby's done here.
99.
But you get the sense, we said it in the previous game, that it feels like this is going to be a high-scoring group. So he'll feel like if he loses this one, potentially it's points missed against Wachiuri.
100.
And what about if Peter starts playing the kind of stuff that he did against Gavlas?
52.
Maybe a little bit more of the stuff he did against Ronan. Because for a little bit of those games, he was hovering in the 3-figure average, and his scoring is starting to click.
140.
It may have to, considering the ceiling of performance that we can get from Charlie.
134. Peter, you require 66.
He's not going to be scared of anybody this week, is he?
Just seems like a player that takes everything in his stride.
26.
He's going to get an opportunity
Charlie,
to get an
requires
opening leg breaker
76.
throw here. 76 required. With Wachiuri having just missed a dart at tops to hold on.
Game shot in the
Tops is
first
found.
leg. Charlie Manby.
That's been a target that hasn't really correlated for Charlie Manby today, but finds it when it matters. Leads 1-0 with a break in hand.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
For people of Charlie's generation, a lot of it is about flashy finishes like 1-3-2 and
100.
double-doubles on 96, but the thing that makes you a good professional when you do grace that stage of this sport, it's what you do with things like 76.
100.
If you can polish it off with 2 singles and a clean tops like that, they are the shots that separate this level of player from the next
44.
level. If you can hit those shots half the time, you'll be super dangerous.
36.
This is what people have got to understand. You can't neglect the ABCs of this sport. Staying straight. Smaller finishes
60.
like 76 or even well below that. Things like 48. One of the good practice regimes that you can employ is trying to get
83.
3 finishes in a row. And if you don't, you go back to the start. So you give yourself 25, 65 and 85.
60.
See if you can take those 3 in a row. If you don't, you start again on 25. You keep going until you get it.
97.
You could even employ 41, 61 and 81. That's a good one. Because it's a nice progression.
105.
Well, leaves himself on 1-3-2, and it's the type of setup play which you would applaud.
Oh, absolutely. Leaving 1-3-2 in the knowledge that it's a little bit simpler than something in that neighbourhood is very, very wise. Especially when it's your name.
60. Peter, you require 45.
You know he didn't get a crack at the bullseye there because that first start was a decent guide. Wachiuri looking at tops.
Game shot in the
And
second
that
leg.
is a
Peter Wachiuri.
Peter 45.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first.
Ooh,
Game up.
Charlie gave him the side eye. That's a bit like a dog hearing the treats. Somebody rattling something.
81.
We should call that the brimful of Asher finish.
$81.
What you hear is the penny dropping.
Corner shop, wasn't it?
It was. You've got no right to know that song.
60.
It's on my playlist in the car on the way in the morning.
That explains a lot.
93.
Do you think that's on Peter's playlist?
135.
I highly doubt it.
I was going to say, I'll hazard a guess of no.
I want to know what music he does listen to. And how.
140.
Because I don't know what it's like in Kenya.
Last time Peter was here, he did make the news in Kenya, the Kenyan news at 6.
180.
Glenn Dart was on commentary that week. They needed somebody in sign language to interpret what he said.
58. Peter, you require 45.
Oh, look, it's a brimful of Asher.
And
Game
a
shot in the third
45.
leg. Peter Wachiuri.
And that was right in the corner.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game up.
Oh, there's a mix of emotions. He was angry for about half a second.
100.
This is what's so great about having people travel from all over the world to here. Because it educates you that not everybody behaves the same. Not everybody plays the game the same. You go to New Zealand, you go to Australia, you go to Africa, South America, North America, all over the world. They play this game differently. People behave differently. Oh, can you imagine? If he hits a 9 darter this week, something will implode.
I could already hear the tapping of the keyboard in the social media room in this building about a Peter Wachiuri 9 darter.
What is possible right now, considering his scoring power, is a 3-1 lead. Look at this!
165.
It's not going to be a 9 darter, but it could be a 10.
Well, this is exactly what happened in the last leg of the World Cup final
90.
last night.
Peter, you require 16.
16 left after 9. And is it going to be taken out in 11?
Game
yes,
shot
it
in
is.
fourth leg. Peter Wachiuri.
And that is the joint best leg of the day. And that is a 3-1 lead for Peter Wachiuri, who at this present moment in time is averaging 101.59. And that is a look of a man who's had a very trying day.
The speech bubble from Champagne right there was one of, who invited this guy?
140.
Well, Charlie Manby's averaging 89 but getting no change. Wachiuri 103.48.
99.
Do you know what the African record is for an average? It's a little bit more than 106.
Simon Adams has had 107, I believe.
58.
107.34, 14-dart game.
Devin Peterson has, in PDC darts, had 113 in a loss.
140.
It's been relentless from Wachiuri. If anything, this average is continuing to climb.
It's 106.75. It was an 11 dart in the
98.
previous leg. It
PG
could be back-to-back
81.
11s to win this contest. Double 12. What
Game
a
shot.
performance
And the
of
match,
Peter
Peter
Wachiuri.
Wachiuri.
An average of 105.64 and a demolition of Charlie Manby, saving his very best until the very last. He loves his times, he loves his games on this stage, and that is the best performance we've seen from him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Have a look at them for numbers. 105.64 the average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff takes on Adam Gavlas.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Get
Couldn't get the job
it!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are joined in the studio by Peter Wachiuri, who has just come off the back of a personal best average, 105 in that last game there. You must be so happy with that.
I didn't know I was on average of 105, eh? So I was there.
Yeah,
I
100%.
used to go for average of 87, you know. It's like I am waking up now.
So that's the best you've ever played in anything
I
then?
think that's the best I have played, yeah, so far.
Was today a case of getting better as the games went along? You lost that first game against Neil. Did you feel like after that you were progressing and you were playing better?
Actually, lost on my side to lost my first game. It just encouraged me, yeah, because I knew I just go there backstage and I learn my mistakes. Then I come forward and show up I can do it. So I was like, oh, why did I lost? I see the mistakes, then I try to rectify. Then I have just managed it.
What do you love about the Super Series? Because we've seen you here a few times now, and we've seen that beaming smile on the face. What is it about this place that you enjoy so much?
Actually, the venue is so cool, so much, yet it have been made for the guys who know, they don't know how they are doing. Actually, the stage is so nice. You just feel comfortable. Whenever you are throwing the darts, they are just good. And you have just to do your perfect darts because there is no wind. Actually, the venue is on a high standard.
And we've seen you play to that high standard. We've seen you make a weekly final before. We saw you also play in the Influencers event. What was that like to play in?
Yeah, it was my first time to go home with my trophy, international trophy. So, though they didn't manage to come to pick me at the airport, but I hope this time they're gonna get time and come to pick me.
And so for the rest of the week, is this a solid start? 6 points after the first day. Is it something you can now begin to build with?
Yeah, it's a hard start, though. I think even if you are climbing the hill, you have to use your one step such that you can just walk ahead. So I have to use my first step to climb the hill, and I think end of the day I just go to the tip of the hill.
Well, Peter, great chatting to you as ever. Congrats on a very good first day's worth of play. We've got one more match to go on this Monday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Neil Duff and Adam Gavlas. These are the top two players in the table going head-to-head. I'm going to make the run over to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson for this one.
Yeah, always great to hear from Peter. No matter what happens, the man is an injection of positivity, that's for sure. But now it's time to find out if Adam Gavlas has a perfect Monday or whether Neil Duff joins the Czech player on 8 points. There is a possibility with the right result that Neil Duff could lead this table overnight. The way that could happen is if Gavlas can be pegged back by a Duff win.
180.
But it would have to be 4-0 to ensure top spot overnight. That is immensely
100.
difficult considering the level that we've seen from Gavlas over the course of the last 2 to 3 hours. His last three averages, 94.97. As Duff gets really close to a perfect start. He had that 101.9 in round number 3 today. And 98.76. That was in round 2 against Ronan McDonagh, where he was really starting to motor. So it just goes to show, Henry, that when you get a win in your first game, even if it's not a classic performance, it really can set you up.
It sets the stall up for what is to come. And for Neil Duff, he got the better of Peter Wachiuri in his opener. It was a 4-2 defeat to Charlie Manby, who played some decent stuff. That's the only blot on his scorecard so far today. But he looked in control as the Duff man from the very first darter proceedings.
81.
Potential 11 darter in the offing here. Got plenty of time from this 81.
41.
And this, an uncharacteristically slow start for Adam Gavlas.
But this is his first day of Super Series school. And you know what it's like when you're having your first day at a new job or first day at college. At the end of that first day, you feel tired because it's all new, it's all intense.
Game shot in the first leg.
And he's 1-0 down because Duff, man, well, he's the dean of this place, isn't he?
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Only Andreas Harrison has picked up more trophies in this building than Neil Duff. I'm yet to see Andreas in this series. I'm sure that will happen before too long.
125.
He's been playing some good darts recently. Played on the European Tour and made the final day for the first time in his career.
30.
He could be ready to win it here again, you know. It wouldn't surprise you one bit.
What the last 2 years has shown us is just how hard it is to win back-to-back series. Or indeed, to win 2 series at any time.
59.
What Littler did was hard. At the time, we thought, well, maybe someone's going to come along and do it again. They haven't.
85.
When you look at players that have made it through to a multitude of Champions Weeks, there's only a handful that have made 3 of them. Steve West has played in 4. Matt Clark has played in 3. Darrell Pilgrim, Neil Duff, of course, being one of them. Andy Bolton, Tom Sykes, Andreas Harrison, Scott Taylor will play in a 4th come August. Derek Poulsen and Reece Robinson, the other. Only West and Coulson have played in 3 consecutive Champions Weeks.
And neither have won a series yet. Emphasis on the yet.
Oh, neither have made a final of a series yet.
Yeah, but Coulson's getting better, 1 game at a time. Make the semis. Get to the semis.
97.
Would it really be much of a shock if Derek Coulson was to make the final of Series 11? I don't think it would be a shock at all.
140. Adam, you require
Gavlas back
80.
for 80 to square this particular contest up at 1-1. This is awkward because that first dart could catch. This dart stand up to attention. There was trepidation with the second dart. And I tell you what, he's just gone the right side of the wire there.
Look at his face, it hasn't changed.
40.
Oh, that was a definite
Neil,
overcompensation from dart 2. I will say one thing about these darts that Neil's throwing. They go in with a bit of a thud.
Adam, you require
I think they've got a little bit of extra weight.
Yeah, he's gone up a couple of grams. 25 gram, the Thornton darts. He's always been one to throw with that air of authority, hasn't he, Neil Duff? When his darts are thrown, they are thrown.
Adam Gavlas.
And we are back level at 1 apiece as Adam Gavlas pins that tops.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Wouldn't surprise you if this game went the distance, would it? The way these two have played today. And the way that these two are real battlers as well. They won't give up an inch.
Who knows? This could turn into a Super Series rivalry this year.
$59.
Speaking of which, I mean, what is the biggest rivalry in Super Series? As in, when they play each other,
60.
There's a bit more electricity. You could maybe say it's West and Van Schie.
Taylor Sykes.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one.
$84.
I'll tell you who's going for 3 consecutive Champions Weeks. We haven't seen him in this series yet. It's probably late in the series. That's what he always does. Di Davies.
Always goes under the radar, does David Davies.
Not anymore. Sorry, David. Because we've got a picture of you next to our radar.
59.
It's good to see that Paul Nicholson's flights are still winning games.
He doesn't even use mine anymore. I dare you to pick on Ryan Joyce.
85.
Yeah, but he's actually winning something.
You'll keep.
Well, Duff leaving 8-1 after 12 to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
59.
It does feel like
Neil,
Gavlas has
require
just
81.
come off the top a little bit here. Feels a bit more tepid. And this is something that Duff can really expose. Beautiful leg of
Game
darts.
shot in the third leg. Neil
Really
Duff.
tidy use of that marker as well. And the fact that he's got the advantage of
Fourth
throw
leg is
here,
Adam to throw
it's
first.
so
Game
important that he wins this game, because if he doesn't have the darts in game 1 tomorrow, and if Gavlas wins both of the matches, he'll be on 12 points and Duff will still be on 6. So he's got to beat him at least once.
I get the sense here that Neil Duff is using every single fibre of his experience here. Playing that 5th game of the day, which he is so
100.
accustomed to. And he's finding a real peak of his powers right at the very end as Gavlas begins to tail off.
Well, you say experience, Henry, but if we're looking about it in real time, they've been playing at the same level for about the same amount of time. It was 2019 when Gavlas introduced himself, and so did Duff.
180.
It might not be darting experience, it might be life experience that Neil can use.
Well, if anybody that knows this place inside out, it's going
100.
to be Neil Duff. Every single microscopic intricacy he will know like the back of his hand.
Yeah, I think he spent so much time here that we should name one of the corridors after him. So when a player says, how do I get to the bathroom? Well, you take the Steve West staircase up into
61.
Neil Duff Avenue and then turn right at Andreas Havison Boulevard.
Surely I've got something named after me in this place.
41. Adam, you require 160.
There goes your birthday present.
Oh, anyway, Gavlas 160. This to level the game at 2-2. 6 darts from here. May only need the 3. Number one of them. It's found. It's tops.
120.
Clips the wire.
I haven't had that many ton plus checkouts today. In fact, the biggest we've seen is 105. And that was from someone who hasn't even won a game
140.
today.
Adam, you require 40.
Well, just left himself on 120. Gavlas 3 more in hand for what will be the 4th consecutive holder throw at the beginning of this contest. 2 10s. Beautiful guide. Surely he nestles that in.
Game
Indeed,
shot in the
he
4th
does.
leg. Adam Gavlas.
A kiss off the barrel into the bed. 4 holds a throw. Level we are at 2 apiece.
5th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game up.
I wonder if we're going to get any reaction from Adam today. It feels like his game plan
100.
this week is to be as vanilla as possible. And I'm not saying anything against vanilla because it can be rather remarkable. But the non-literal sense of vanilla is to turn up, play, show no emotion, and go.
59.
If that's his play, I like it. Because not everybody can be that flashy player.
140.
Eden Gavlas knows what he is and he knows what works for him and what makes him successful. He's got a cooled concentration about him. And I think he's one of these players. I said a little bit earlier on
96.
that I think this format could really suit to the ground. Reliability, dependability, and he's not going to exert energy doing stupid things on stage.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
100.
Because you can be too intense. You saw Peter Wachiuri recently milking the cow for everything it had. There's only so many consecutive days you can do that before you hit the wall. I don't get the feeling that Gavlas is using up a great deal of gas here.
100. Neil, you require
This is very much
161.
in control stuff.
Well, Duff, prior to that errant dart there, was averaging just underneath the ton mark.
45.
But this is where credit has to go where credit's due. On for Adam Gavlas is doing the job he has to, but the problem is at some point he's going to have to break the Duff man if he's going to complete the card. And this leg, it's looking an unlikely scenario unless he can pile in a couple of trebles here.
Yeah, what he's got to make sure is that the Duff man is not going to say, oh yeah.
You require 116.
Make him say, oh no. What's this going to be? That leaves 95, so you might stay down there.
100.
Is that a chance
Adam, you require
for the biggest
106.
finish of the day on tops for 160? This is a 160 the other way around.
Triple 18. Would have given him a double 16, so Duff to move back in front and for the
56.
fifth
Neil, you
consecutive
require
holder throw
16.
double 8.
Game shot.
And he finds double 8 the way that Gurney did yesterday. It doesn't win Duff the match, but it does give him an excellent chance of just that.
6 leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, Neil Duff would be hoping that it's going to be a fruitful week for Northern Irish players following their success at the World Cup of Darts yesterday. He'll be hoping for a 5th weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's amazing to think
80.
that when he began to win, once he got that first one under his belt, he beat Bradley Roos in the final in Series 4. It was just a never-stopping train of victories for him, which included that
26.
Specials week in the middle of it as well. But it did take him a little while. It did take him a few goes to crack the Super Series code, but it's fair to say he's mastering it now.
Yeah, absolutely right. Proving just how difficult it is to get the W. It's a sport where you can do everything
40.
right. But if you make one error, it can cost you a lot. It happens in every sport. One cataclysmic
100.
error or one tiny little mistake can change where your career goes. Ask Jean van der Velde from 26 years ago at the Open Championship at Carnoustie. I bet he wishes he could take that second shot on the 18th again.
59.
Well, who would have known what happened if Neil Duff didn't win that last set against Thibaut Tricol?
See, this is where it gets interesting. What's to say that Duff
100.
wouldn't have won more as a result of disappointment? Because some people get better with disappointment. He has here. After numerous near misses, he improved.
And this is why I think he could be dangerous at the seniors next week. He's in a building he likes. And he's the type of person, we've got to know Neil quite well over the last few years or so. He's the type of person that when he's got a target to achieve and he sets his eyes on it, he
100.
takes some beating. He's difficult to dislodge. However, he's left himself 175. The last dart wasn't the problem, it was the dart before.
Yeah, I think what he's highlighted there is the fact that when you're on 275, if you get a single 21st dart, you really should go bull second dart. Because if you get the 25, you can still leave a finish. If you hit the 20,
59.
you can't. He has gotten away with it. It's 6 darts from here to end the day on a high. He's not going to be top of the table, but he'll be very, very close.
It's been a really good day. Been a really good day for Neil Duff. The numbers he's punched in on a
140.
consistent basis is kind of similar to that he was punching in around about 18 months ago when he really was at the peak of his powers in this building. And a change of equipment, a change of setup. Well, it looks like it's yielding the results. And it looks
43.
like
Neil,
it's going to yield in Adam Gavlas losing his first game of the day. You can see the steely-eyed determination in the face of Neil Duff as he picks up a 4th win of the day. And he does so in some style. Average just under 94, 4 from 6 on his doubles. It was a really handy day for Neil Duff. It was business-like from the first start and business-like there. No emotion, no shenanigans, straight back down the tunnel. And he's got his eyes very much on the prize. Him and Adam Gavlas, the top two, both with 8 points to their name. Wachiuri and Manby on 6. And reaction and analysis to come on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The first day's worth of play in this Group A has come to an end, and before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Adam Gavlas by 4-2. That means that Gavlas is not going to complete the card on the first day's worth of play. Him and Neil Duff both tied on 8 points, respectively, at the top of the group. We can have a look at that now for you. Gavlas from Duff, and it's Peter Wachiuri in third place. Charlie Manby missed an opportunity to move on to 8 points in the group overnight. So very tight between the top four. Ronan McDonagh and even springboard Poulsen are the two players at the bottom of the pile. So that is what we've seen during day one's play. The asset Paul Nicholson has been watching it all in the commentary box. He does join me here now to analyse what we've seen. Let's begin with Adam Gavlas then, because that middle portion of the session, he was punching in performance after performance after performance.
That's exactly what he did. Slow start, averaged 80 in his first game, but managed to eke out a win, which is commendable. After that, he found a bit of comfort, and I'm not surprised to see him have a slow start and a slow end, because when you're making your debut here, you don't really know what to expect. So if you can get that early win, build a little bit of confidence, get a bit of comfort in games 2, 3, and 4, that's exactly what he did. He started to flex his muscle. He was superbly reliable, but towards the end, just started to flag a little bit. And it just so happens that in his 5th game, he was up against the wrong guy at the wrong time.
In terms of the way he played today, did we see glimpses of the player that made that UK Open semi-final just a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I suppose we did. A lot of the time that we were looking at the stat screen, we were seeing him averaging in 3 figures. That's always an encouraging thing to do when you're in a slightly longer than 1 set situation. That's what this is, a best of 7. So if you can put in a 3-figure average with a decent percentage on your doubles over the course of 4 to 7 legs, it is indicative of pretty decent form, and that's what Adam showed today.
Neil Duff in 2nd position in the table, playing with new equipment, Robert Thornton's darts. And I tell you what, the changes that he's made, it looks like they're being put to good use.
Yeah, the signs early are very encouraging, but they're nowhere near the polished article, or the finished article, or the polished way that he wants them to be. But there were moments today where he looked like he was in control. And that's all he could possibly ask for today. He's got himself 4 wins out of 5, and I'd say he'd give himself about a 6 out of 10. He's still got a lot in the tank.
And I suppose talking about the equipment, it was interesting. The last time we saw him here, we know that he was kind of mixing and matching, wasn't he, between a couple of different setups. It looks like he's really settled on this set at the minute.
Yeah, let's stick with that until tomorrow morning when we see his practice darts on the stage, because if he uses something different, then maybe he's got some sort of insecurity with how he's gripping the dart, what he needs from his equipment right now. But I would like to think that the amount of games that he plays for the rest of the week, he'll be using the same stuff. And if he incrementally improves day on day, he's going to be there or thereabouts.
Did he use every fibre of his experience as well today, particularly in that last game against Adam Gavlas?
Well, you said it in commentary. He looked eagle-eyed. He looked like he had plenty to give. Energy wasn't a problem. Obviously, he's in pretty good nick with his health and with his focus. Technically, he might be working on a few things, but we know Neil. We know what he wants from this week. He wants to have his hand raised and a medal around his neck. In order to do that, he's got to find things that work. And today, I think he'd be very pleased with how much he found.
Peter Wachiuri, in terms of his day today, was the good stuff very good, but was it mixed with a little bit of inconsistency?
Yeah, I think that's fair. He came to the venue quite late. I think that's his style. But the thing is, there's going to be a day this week where you can't afford that slow start. The way he's ended today with that average of over 105, we know his ceiling of performance now, so we can judge him on that. But Matthew Edgar is a genius at bringing up this topic about 2 years ago. It's the range of performance day-wide. I calculated it at about 27 points. That's too wide. If he's going to have a bad game, it's going to have to be about 82 to 85. You can have your 105s and your 100 averages. They're great, but your bad games have got to be a little bit higher.
Well, we saw him peak really at the end of the session. This is the 4-1 win against Charlie Manby, averaging 105.64, which is actually a PB average for him. So getting better all the time. 6 points to his day. Also 6 points to the day of Charlie Manby as well, who at the beginning of the session looked really, really good. Did he just tail off a little bit towards the end?
Yeah, just a little bit. He played at a really decent level all day long. He maybe started the best of any player, looking more assured from the gun. But the fact is, look at what it took to beat him. It took a personal best from Peter Wachiuri to finish him off. And I don't think that should be any way, shape or form a bad thing for Charlie to take. Every now and again, someone's going to play their best game against you. And Peter's very astute. He'll know that Charlie is someone who's had very, very big numbers this year. And maybe he's peaked because of who he played.
And in terms of Charlie as well, we mentioned it in commentary. Is this going to be a week where he finds out a lot of learnings, finds out a lot about himself? We know how talented he is, and we know, as you say, how good that A game is. But we're going to learn a lot more about maybe the more microscopic things about his game.
Potentially. I think it's the in-between throw stuff we're going to learn about him from our perspective. What he's learning at that time is very much in his own head, and I'm sure he'd like to communicate that at some point. But you spend more time not throwing than throwing in this sport. So you have to be able to master both sides of the hockey. The throwing side, he's got extremely good technique, he's got great confidence, and as long as that doesn't break down, I see a very good career for him in the future. But there were times today when he's at the back of the stage and he's been hit hard by some great shots, and he looked like he took it personally. Just be a bit more Teflon, be a little bit more waterproof to things like that, and he will definitely grow a different type of strength.
Well, let's have a look at the table then overnight, because Ronan McDonagh and even Springborg Poulsen are the bottom two in the table. In terms of Ronan's day today, is it simply categorised as the scoring was absolutely fine, but there's work to do on the doubles?
He's got two things he needs to improve on tomorrow. One, yes, his doubles have got to be a bit better. Coupled with that, he's got to deny his opponents as many really good opportunities like 3 darts at a double. If he can stop that, he's got a great chance of springboarding his way up the table. Now, I think what Ronan's got to learn this week, and this is something he can employ for the rest of week 6, don't show as much emotion to your opponents because you're feeding their hunger to take you out. You saw what Neil Duff did against Ronan in their game. He was able to suss him out, to use his life experience and his darts experience and say, right, I can see how you're feeling. If your opponent sees that, they can take you out. If you just hide it a little bit better, you give them less information. So those two things tomorrow.
In terms of even, was it, going back to the consistency word, was it just a lack of that? Because we saw 11 data from, we saw a couple of ton-plus checkouts, but the bits in the middle kind of need improvement.
One thing we've figured out from Nordic and Baltic results is that he's very competitive there. He's made semi-finals this year and quarterfinals. That is extremely good. But we need to find more of a level that will trouble these players here. So he's going to have to look at 85 plus. I go back to someone called Krzysztof Kachuk from Poland. Years ago, he was an 85 average player. And he had to figure out how to be known as a 90 average player or a 94 average player. He figured it out. He became better by working on his game in the right ways. And I think Ivan, at the age of 63, I know he's been through the mill a few times, but the fact is, if he wants to compete this week, he's going to have to find another level.
In terms of the group generally, are we beginning to see two halves begin to emerge in the table?
Yeah, a half of 2 at the bottom and 4 at the top. I don't necessarily see that gap being close tomorrow. I can see Charlie up to the leader going a little bit further away, and maybe the best that Ronan can ask for is having some sort of chance on Wednesday to sneak a Group B spot, but that's going to be very difficult at this stage.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see how the week is going to pan out, because we never really had the chance to talk about it this morning. Group B, I suppose the name that stands out is Henry Coates. He was impressive the last time he was here. He's been impressive in any arena he's been in, and he's somebody that we've got to keep an eye on.
We like to think that a lot of the young stars that are coming through are being nurtured the right way. We know that Henry is. We know that Jamie Caven does an incredible job with his academy in the Midlands. We know everything there is to know about Dave Wazowski and the work that he does with other youth players. But Martin Thomas, you got great experience with him, with Wazzy, but then you throw Henry Coates in there, who's got this vibrancy and this confidence about him. He is doing all the right things. But even when you have that in your locker coming into this week, you've got to go and prove it again. Even as a young man, go out there, flex your muscle. There's no pressure, young man. Just go and play the way you want to play. And just playing is not a bad thing to do these days.
Kieran Tiern's in Group C. Is he at a bit of a crossroads in his career at the moment?
We've said this before. We said it just before he won the last time and he got his second weekly title. He's always going to be known as the first person to win in this building. But I just don't know what Kieran wants to do with darts. I'd like to think that he would want to maybe go back to Q School and join the Irish boys on the table at the Players' Championships and so forth. But at this level of this sport right now, Ireland is having great fun. Mm-hmm. And more than anything, he would love to be in Champions Week with John O'Shea and Shane McGurk.
Hey, it's all shaping up quite nicely. It's a very good series beginning to shape up.
Yeah, I love the winners so far. There's so much to talk about. Champions Week is going to be fabulous. It always is. But with the amount of titles that have been won by the 5 that are already there, it's salivating, but we're not even halfway there yet.
And there's plenty more big names we haven't yet seen in the series. Nico, thank you so much for your company. Thank you for your company as ever. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series features the WDF World Champion Neil Duff talking about the highs and lows, the ups and downs of his career so far. And you get the sense the way he's playing at the minute, there may well be a couple more big titles to come. Peter Wright is going to be the story of at 7:10 this evening. He'll be happy to know it was recorded before the World Cup at the weekend. And then tomorrow from 9:30, we will resume the action in Group A, where it is Adam Gavlas that leads the way from Neil Duff in the table. Moving date will be very much in operation there. And then Saturday night from 7:30, we'll see the sixth finals night of the series. The final one before we have a little bit of a pause for Women's Week, and that is to join what is already brimming up to be quite the Champions Week lineup. So do join us for that, 7:30 on Saturday evening for that. Well, it's certainly brimming up quite nicely, this Group A, that is for sure. Adam Gavlas and Neil Duff, they're tied for the lead going into Tuesday's action here on the South Coast, and they're looking to join a superb Champions Week roll of honour. You've got the former champion Scott Taylor in there, the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk, and a former World Championship finalist in Andy Hamilton, who managed to get the better of Carl Sneed in Saturday night's finale. It really was a dramatic affair here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to leave you with highlights of that, but we'll see you tomorrow morning from 9:30 to see how Group A continues. From myself and the Asset, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
Game showman Mark Scousey.
He gets over the line in the end there, Carl Sneed.
To take this 92 out. It's double 16 for the match. And he takes it out with his second dart.
Finally, Michael Huntley, the 8th time of asking, gets over the line.
Bullseye. Oh, and he finds it for a 1-2-8. Oh, what a shot there by Andy Hamilton. For the match. And he takes it. Finds tops. Double 9 then. And he finds that. Oh, and a great shot there. Double 14 is hit and found.
It's 2 darts for Andy Hamilton. And 1 dart is all he needs. There's the reaction there.
For the match. Tops. And he finds it with his 3rd dart. Double 8 for the match. And he finds it.
Gage on the 4th leg. Shot on the mark.
We are going to have the duty.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 5 champion, the Hammer, Andy Hamilton!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is. And that was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout player.
Dirty Harrison! Poulsen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!